Yesterday, I believe Dr. Yusuf has shared with us a lot of things. Partly is about our communication skills. You see, as postgraduate students, we're not only researching, we're not only studying things, we're not only trying to figure out uh, everything in this universe, but we're also responsible to communicate our findings to society for the betterment of our community. And for that purpose, it is important for us to be able to converse, and in some contexts, we need to be able to convince other people as effectively as possible. So, for that particular purpose, this morning we're going to have a session in regards to communication skills and debate. And I believe this next speaker is someone who is more than qualified to speak of such things. I believe yesterday Dr. Yusuf also had mentioned about her. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Pamelia Lodenathan. Dr. Pam.
Salam Faiz and good morning. Salam everyone. I am so
Morning.
happy to meet all of you and I'm humbled by the wonderful introduction. Thank you so much, Faiz. So is it all right to begin?
Yes, you may
Okay.
begin.
All right. So we can keep this session very interactive, and at any time, if you would like to ask anything or comment anything, please feel free to type in the chat box. I love to always go to the chat box. Okay, so give me a moment. Just one moment. Yeah, let me just get my slide. Okay, so today's topic is very close to my heart. So it's debate and communication skills and presentation skills, just as what was communicated earlier. It's very important for us to know how to use these skills, because this can help you with negotiation, as what Faiz said. It can help you to convince someone, it can help you to converse with someone, and you can solve a lot of issues when you have this skill. Okay, so alrighty, everyone, can you see this? I'm going for full screen. Okay, debate, presentation, and communication skills. So this skill that you're going to learn today, or I'm sure that a lot of you are already having this skill, but maybe you want to harness it even more. So what you're going to see today, right, is going to be something that you can incorporate in your already awesome skill. And then you can use this for job interviews. You can use this for debate. You can use this for presentation. We all know how in PG, we have a lot of presentations. You got a defense. So a defense is kind of like, proposal defense or anything, viva. It's a bit of a pitch there. So you got to learn some communication skills, and this is going to be super awesome for you. Okay, so feel free to jump in at any time, yeah, if you want to ask anything. Before, you can see, like, in the olden times, you can kind of see that people and human beings were kind of running away from predators. We were actually, like, it was either the fight or flight response where we were faced with something of a threat, but you either fight it or you try to run away. And now a lot of you are actually faced with different kinds of stressors. All of us actually are faced with different stressors. Our predators and our threats right now are deadlines, right? Difficulty sleeping, maybe exams, also our research proposal, your proposal topic, your research, your thesis. All of these are like our threats right now. Are we going to fight it? Are we going to just run away? What exactly are we going to do? So right now, one of the things that you're doing is also learning how to communicate, because that is one of the main things in PG. Are you going to be afraid of it? Or are you feeling like, no, I'm going to face it, I'm going to ace it? So which one is it going to be, right? Before we go further, I want to tell you a little story. This is a boy named Sebastian. Okay, he looks so adorable. So Sebastian is a child who, he used to have a big speaking problem, and he used to overpronounce his vowels just so that he could concentrate. He suffered so much as a child, because of his stuttering, and he was teased, he was bullied because they said he looked like an alien. That was really sad. And he was shy, he was withdrawn, he didn't have many friends. His facial features were a little bit distinct and different. So people kept, going away from him, and they kept teasing him. His teachers said that he was not outstanding and he would never amount to anything. He kind of proved them wrong because he actually got into Oxford University. He's very intelligent. He started also when he went into Oxford, he felt like, you know what? I love acting. I want to go into acting. However, remember he had speech difficulties, so it was kind of difficult for him to actually embark on that fully. So he went on to do electrical engineering, another awesome course, right? And he still felt, gosh, I still love acting. So you know what he did? He tried to pursue it. He tried to join comedy clubs, and then he tried to go into that. But TV shows would reject him because he had this stuttering issue. But he never stopped believing in himself. He was very passionate to still do that, and he loved to make people laugh, and he loved to be like a comedian. Interestingly, he could speak perfectly and fluently without any stuttering. When Awesome. Thank you so much, Master. He could speak awesomely when he was in character. You know what's the interesting thing about this? Creativity kind of taps onto the right hemisphere of the brain, and language is the left hemisphere. So when he was in character, it was kind of tapping into his creativity sense, so he could speak fluently. And yes, you are right, he did become Mr. Bean. So the main staple of his comedy, interestingly, is silent comedy, right? And he also had the speaking issues, but interestingly to see that when you really tap into your passion, you kind of go into this creativity sense, and that takes over. And that's why we're here, to kind of go into that, to find the Mr. Bean in you, if we can say, all right? So the first thing that we need to do, everyone, before you communicate anything, is you got to know your why. Why do you want to share this? Why do you want to talk about the topic that you have chosen? Why do you want to do the research that you're doing? I know why sounds very interrogating, but this is a good why. Okay, this one is a good why, right? In counseling and in psychology, we're not supposed to ask our clients why. But when you're doing debate, it's okay to ask yourself that. You can ask yourself that, okay? So why do I want to communicate this topic? Yeah? Why do I want to do this research? When you know your why factor, then you will discover your how. That's when you can go towards your how to really be able to know how are you going to communicate this to your audience, and how are you going to capture their attention, and how are you going to deliver it in a way that they can absorb and understand. So ask yourself this: what is your intrinsic motivation for communicating this topic? So after you know your why, you need to know the intrinsic motivation. Like, for example, what makes me, okay, or why am I really passionate to share with students about communication skills, for example? So when I actually got this invitation, I was extremely happy, and I felt that I really wanted to be able to share this with students. And why would I do that? Because I was someone, when I was younger, was very, very afraid to maybe speak in public, you can say. I like to do it, but I was afraid. I would speak so softly. If you know me personally, like Faiz, you know that my speaking voice is quite soft. But when I am lecturing and presenting, it's kind of, I go into another mode. So it's like and you can imagine that particular kind of a personality as a child. And then when you're growing up, and then people kind of like think of you as, oh gosh, you're so soft. How are you going to join this competition? We don't even understand what you're saying. And I remember feeling very afraid and intimidated. And my sister is a very, very good debater. She's a debate champion, by the way. So she'll win all this pingat emas, all these like very nice, she'll get all these wonderful accolades and all these wonderful prizes and everything, and cups and all that. And it was wonderful to see that, and people would compare. You were so soft, but she's like so super confident. And then I remember thinking that, hey, I also like doing stuff like this. How do I get into that? And then when you finally get passionate about it, and you kind of overcome that fear, something takes over, and you forget about that fear, and it's more about the topic that you want to relate. That's the state that we need to get to. Do not be focused too much on these other kinds of parts, like, is my voice okay? Is my tone okay? Those are the background things that you got to work on, that we're going to look at today also. Those are the things that the foundation that you're going to work on. But when you're really up there on stage and you're communicating, those things become, in sports psychology, you call it automatic processing. It's automatic, it's autopilot. it will just be auto, it will be natural, it will be second nature to you. So that's the part that you got to harness so it becomes second nature. And then the part that you focus on is your passion to communicate what you want to really communicate. So what is your intrinsic motivation? You can't say, because I have to do Viva, obviously, so I have to present. That's extrinsic motivation. If you say, because our lecturer told us that we have to present on this topic to get 10 marks for this, that's extrinsic. Anything tangible is extrinsic. Intrinsic is because I love to do it. Obviously, there are some things that you have to do, right? But look at the factor behind that. If I have to do this talk today, okay, but what is the wow factor for me that I'm enjoying about it? When you can find that, you have an intrinsic motivation activated. And when you have that activated, you will communicate at a different level as compared to others. Something interesting is that I can't watch my recording, after I've communicated it. I cringe. I cannot watch myself after that. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm cringing. Because maybe when you're communicating it, you just want to give your all. And then I forgot what I even said. I forgot even how I looked like because I wasn't even thinking about that. It didn't matter what I was thinking about. So imagine taking a selfie and just smiling from your heart without caring, is my angle okay? Is my eye okay? Is my mouth okay? Did my teeth look all right? If you can do that, now you're tapping into that internal part of you that you want to capture the moment. But if you are like just taking a selfie and like trying to control so much, now that's the commercial smile. That's not really smiling with your heart. That's just smiling commercially. So that's the same thing with communication as well. Are you communicating because you're so worried and self-conscious? How do I look like? What am I what exactly am I looking like? What is my face looking like? If you're doing that, it's going to be limiting you. So intrinsic motivation does not care about all that. It cares about you communicating what you want to say. Okay, so that's one part that's very important. I want to ask you something. This is anonymous, by the way. Okay, we're using a Menti. I want to ask you, what is your main motivation or passion in public speaking? Because you came here today, I'm sure that you have a passion and an interest, and I'm sure that there's a deeper meaning for you to be here today. So maybe can you share with us what would be your main motivation or wow factor that you would like to embark on for public speaking? Why? Why would you be here today? What is your passion? So can you scan the QR code, or you can go to menti.com and type. Okay, you can type in your phone menti.com and you just have to type the number 8623 2056. Or I can actually just give me a moment. Let me just give you the link in the chat box also if you prefer that. Okay, just one moment. So try to think about your wow factor. What might be making you feel very motivated to want to do this? Okay, so I'm going to come to you now. Okay, what is your motivation for joining or for public speaking? Can you think of that? What might be your motivating factor? Can you click on the link? Is it working? Or you can type, as you see over there, menti.com, and key in the code. So your main motivation for public speaking, are you here because I love it? You can even just put that. You can type, I love speaking, or, okay. Oops, sorry. Just one moment. Family. That's beautiful. Okay, so you want to have public speaking because maybe you want to speak to your family, is it? Or you want to stand up for your family? It could be. To share knowledge with others. Yes, obviously, definitely. You love exchanging knowledge. I always wanted to share something that I have and that can motivate others. But at the same time, I'm not able to speak smoothly in front. Okay, I also was not able to speak smoothly in front of audience. I think all of us just learn as we go along the way, and we harness that skill. So I'm here to tell you that you can do it because you have the wow factor, which is I want to motivate others, offer my skills and services to people, and get to hear and experience their experiences. Yeah, that shows me that you're very humble. You want to have an exchange there. I want to convey my idea. Yeah, definitely. I want to ease the understanding of certain complicated topic. Yeah, make it, if you can take a difficult topic and communicate it in an easy way, That's a good teacher. So I like that you said that. I want people to hear my ideas. Of course, yes. To build more connections and build my confidence. Yes, definitely. We want to do that. I want to ensure my audience understands the content. Yes, so true. I want to fight for my rights. Of course, I love that because when you can communicate well, you won't let people kind of like walk over you. You know how to stand up for yourself, improve my presentation skills, deliver my idea in a clearer way. I do a public speaking because I love to share all the information I have to my audience. That's so thoughtful and generous of you. I want to be a better version of me. That's very honest and very nice. I want to express myself and share my knowledge. Although I'm very shy and get nervous, but if I'm passionate, then I enjoy it a lot. Exactly what I'm saying. With your passionate, that nervousness becomes like in the back seat. The passion goes in front. You don't even care anymore. Like, how is it? Like you kind of overcome that nervousness when you're in the process of enjoying it. I always love to talk in front of a camera naturally. So I've been dreaming to speak naturally in front of people. Very nice. This must be a TikToker as well. Okay. So I want to break my walls of being afraid so I can make other people understand my idea. Exactly. Because when we're afraid, we can't even communicate our idea well, right? Sharing is caring. I want to be a caring person that can share. Okay, so express my feelings. I love to be in the spotlight. I love this one, very, very sincere. It's okay to love to be in the spotlight. So when you have that love, you probably are born to be in that. And then it's good to know how to own the stage to be your best self when you're in the spotlight. That's a good, very innocent and also sincere. I don't want to be the quiet kid anymore. Exactly. Gone are the days where you're going to be quiet in class and just keep quiet and be afraid, right? You can share. I want to share and motivate others confidently. Sometimes I feel like I can speak better in English, although it is my second language. Okay, that's very good. If you can even speak better in your second language. So it means that you already have a foundation of your first language, and this is a bonus. Okay, I enjoy public speaking because when I'm talking in front of many people, I get to capture their attention. That's good. So you already have part of the skills. I watch people's eyes during my public speaking. I feel aesthetic. Okay, you are like a natural public speaker, so that's awesome. I was a debater and always loved public speaking and debate, but I still need to improve my public speaking skills as I tend to be super nervous when it comes to spontaneous presentation. Of course, spontaneous kind of impromptus always freak us out, right? So thank you for sharing. The reason I wanted to know is because when I understand where you're coming from, it gives me a bit of idea of how to share with you more. So remember, if you have any questions, you can type in the chat box, yeah? Or you can also just you can just type, or you can type any comments, you can also type. Okay, so remember the passion in content is very important. You need to know you need to have creativity and novelty. So this is a little bit of like, you can say, if you're going to be able to present, for example, you know how we have a 3-minute thesis competition. So that was one of the competitions that I joined in UIA. And even if you're thinking about your PhD topic or your master's topic, this is very much important for you also. You can use this information that you get today also for your research. So you need to think creatively. How is it that it's going to be something of an asset? What is your research or your information that you communicate going to bring and be an asset and an added factor, a plus factor? And how can you make it creative and novel? It must be something different that not many people have done and said. For example, if you're going to share something, it's good to put your own personal touch as well. That will be something very novel when you're communicating something. Share your own personal experience. Give a little bit of anecdotes as well. And meaning, give meaning to it. What is the meaning behind your message and a sense of purpose? That is the intrinsic motivation part. What is the sense of purpose, the sense of meaning, the deeper core behind your message, and how is it going to benefit everyone? So I want to share with you a little bit about, let's say, the 3-minute thesis competition, because when I joined it, it's not just a competition. I learned a lot from it as well, just by looking at how they judge us when we are presenting. For those of you who are not familiar with what a 3-minute thesis competition is, it's a competition where you have to present and pitch your thesis in 3 minutes. Yes, exactly. And it's the entire one, by the way. It's not a proposal. Your entire thesis is in way starting from the introduction right up to your results and conclusion. So how to do that in 3 minutes? That's what a pitch is called. It's a pitch. So when you're doing that, it's 3 minutes, by the way, not 301, not 302. So I saw the way they judge us, right? It's very interesting to learn how they do that. So comprehension and content, they look at what is our content, obviously, right? So when you're delivering a debate or you're delivering a presentation, it's very important for you to know, okay, what exactly is the holistic view of this whole subject and topic? What is the significance of my study? What is the question that is being asked here? What is the results and impact? Obviously, you're not going to say it in an academic way when you're debating and presenting. It's usually not going to be in an academic way. It's going to be very much a TEDx style. So you're going to say in a way like you can start off with a question. Like, for example, my research in my PhD was the development and evaluation of an intervention program. So aimed at Malaysian adolescents living in shelter homes in Malaysia. So they are actually living with HIV in shelter homes in Malaysia. So when I was doing this topic, I was actually developing a program, a module, and also intervention program. So developing and I was evaluating an intervention program for adolescents living with HIV in shelter homes in Malaysia. So when I'm doing that, I need to talk about the why factor. Why is it important to do this research? Why? So I started my research, my pitch with the question, like kind of like in a role play. I said, why does this have to happen to me? Will I ever be able to have a better life? And will I ever be able to get a job, have a family of my own? Then I said, these are the fears of the adolescents living with HIV in shelter homes. So when you can think in that way, when you can pitch your idea without having to start in a very mundane and maybe in a way that is very expected, when you can start differently, it really helps a lot. Right? So think of it in that way. How are you going to start? Remember, you got to start with a bang and end with a bang. So, and you have the results, you have what's the impact factor? What was so good about the thing that you're going to share? If it's not research, okay, let's say it's a debate topic. What is so valuable in what you're going to say that maybe others have not heard about? Is there something so valuable that you're going to say? What is super interesting that you're going to share that maybe they've never heard about? And then the conclusion and the outcome of it. Was the great outcome that you got. So you're going to mention this in a logical sequence as well. And without them realizing, it sounds like a story, but actually you have covered all the academic important components very accidentally and subconsciously. So remember to use a language that's appropriate to the audience. So if your audience, usually I'll always ask the organizer. If I'm giving a webinar to a company, I'll always ask the BIC, the person in charge, what is the audience like? What is their age group? What is the language of preference? Then they will say, oh, we want it to be santai, and you can use like dual language, Malay and English, Manglish. So I'll say, okay, good, I'll do that. And then they might say, oh, we want it to be fully BM, fully BM, Pam, no even English. Then I'll be like, okay, I have to make sure I be super conscious about that. Then if it's English, fully English, then I will make sure that, okay, fully English. So you can see how, if you know your target audience, it makes your content delivery even stronger. You really need to know your target audience. And if you're delivering in person, you need to know, like, for example, if you look at the picture on the slide, how close is your distance to the audience? Are you going to be given a mic? If you're not given a mic, then maybe the distance is very close. And then you still need to know how to throw your voice and how to articulate. When you're speaking in a big crowd, you are not going to be using your throat voice. We have like different kinds of voices, right? So any one of you learn maybe singing here? Anybody ever go for like professional or maybe not professional or maybe like some kind of singing classes? I don't know. Okay, no. So if you have done singing before, you would know that, okay, it's actually very, very interesting because you're kind of doing it in a way where you have the different kinds of voices that you're going to be using, right? You're going to be using your stomach voice or you can actually be using your throat voice or your chest voice, kind of a thing. When you're actually trying to project your voice out, you need to use your stomach voice. Okay, so you're you're thinking like stomach, my stomach voice. It's like the air that you're trying to kind of let out is going to be coming, like you can say, the whole energy and everything is coming up from your stomach. So I know it sounds so wrong the way I'm saying it, the air, but it's like, think of it in this way. When you're speaking, which part of your body can you feel is really vibrating or moving, like the muscles? Can you feel your stomach muscle kind of going in and out when you're speaking? I feel that now. So I'm speaking from within, like to deep, a little deeper. If you're speaking like my conversation voice right now is just, this is throat voice. So when I'm speaking on the phone, I'm using my throat voice because I'm just talking on the phone. So when you're speaking in a big audience, it's going from your stomach. It's like you're really delivering it out. You can feel like you're 100% out there. So this is a different voice. So you got to really try that out, everyone. So this is important for you. So remember also to know that when you know, I always like to know where my stage is. I usually go a day earlier to check out the venue. Or if you don't do that, it's also fine. It's fine. Just envision and do some homework about the place, the person that you're actually going to be speaking to. Are you speaking to an audience that has science background? Are you speaking to an audience that's social science? Are you speaking to an audience that is a working class or students? You got to know your audience. Then you can be relatable and spend adequate time on each element. So if you're going to be speaking on, let's say, a pitch for your research, you got to spend a sufficient amount of time on each part. I've made mistakes before too. I think in the 3-minute thesis, I remember I spent a lot of time on the statement of problem. So talking about the why factor was really like important for me. Then the research question. And then I think my outcome, I did rush it a little bit. So you got to remember, it's very important to spend adequate time, right, on each part, because then it doesn't seem rushed. A very good tip for you is to watch TEDx videos, because they're pitching, they're talking about valuable things and in a very short span of time. And they have to like really deliver that. So you can see how they start. You can see how they end. It's very interesting to see that. Okay, the next part here is engagement. Super, super important. You need to engage with your audience. For example, like what I did with you just now in the Menti, that's engaging with you. That's actually engagement. So it's very important that you engage with the audience. Like you need to make sure that you see them, you can actually talk to them, you can ask some questions, you can connect with them. I like what somebody said just now in the Menti when you mentioned, I like to look at my audience, eye contact, and it makes me aesthetic. That's true. I think I really agree with you. I think I feel that way too. Because when I can see them, that's why I'm looking at Faiz right now. If you guys can on your camera, it's really awesome, actually. So when I don't get to see people in the beginning, pre-pandemic, if I were to be asked to give a talk and I cannot see anybody, I think I would have felt super awkward. So I think if there are lecturers here, you can relate to that as well. In the 2020, when we were doing online classes, if students didn't on their camera, we feel so alone and we feel very awkward. We feel like, can anyone turn on your cameras, please? And everything. We used to do that. I used to do that in my class because you feel like alone. But you know what? After a while, you kind of get the hang of like, it's okay. I have this little hole in my laptop, which is the camera. I'm going to look at that and I'm going to communicate that because I know there are people behind it. And then I use Menti to kind of like get some engagement and to know that, yay, there are people there actually. It kind of helps a lot. So you got to make sure that you engage. And also, you got to make sure that you don't trivialize what you're saying and generalize what you're saying. Remember, when you're doing public speaking, the keyword here is public, okay? So you have to be very careful in this day and age where we can get kacham very fast. You can get like, people can kind of jump at you. You have to be super, you can say politically correct. You have to have tact. And you need to be careful to not generalize things. You need to be very careful how you deliver things in a very careful way. Yeah, so you kind of need to know how to deliver it, but also taking into consideration the target audience and how to be very careful with what you're saying. If you're talking to a science-based audience, then you know to give scientific evidence a lot. You got to put in a bit of that. If you're talking to social science, you know that you got to put in elements that are relating to social social psychology, sociology, a little bit of social kind of like elements. If you're talking to an audience that is maybe very much into accounts and finance, you got to use numbers when you're talking to them. You got to, the evidence that you give has to be in terms of numbers. 500,000 people in Malaysia were suffering from depression and anxiety in 2019. Stuff like this is what you need to give. You can also do that with a non-science, let's say financial or number-based audience, you can. But if it's, let's say, once you know your target audience, you can speak their lingo. If it's a law background, law, for example, you need to speak with evidence. They really want to know the scientific evidence behind that. And they really want to be able to know it in a very tactful way so that you don't generalize. So once you know your target audience, you can actually convey it in a language that will be relatable to them. So now, did the presenter capture and maintain the attention? So you need to really maintain and hold the audience attention. How do you do that? By having variations. You can have variations of like not just talking facts all the time. You can bring in a little bit of a personal story. Then you can go back to the facts. You can bring in a bit of an example, a bit of a stats and everything. Then you go back to the facts. When you do that, it becomes like a sea. You've got waves and you got calm, you got the shore, you got like the deep end. So you kind of take the audience through a journey, and that's nice to have that. Now, did you have stage presence? When you go on stage, remember, you got to own the stage, and then you have eye contact, vocal range. I'm going to share with you in more detail in a bit, yeah? So if you're using slides, then your slides needs to be very clear, legible, concise, and eye-catching as well. Okay, the content. Remember I was telling you just now, you need to know the why factor. When you know why you are doing it, that's when it becomes super interesting. So a very important part that we learned in the 3-minute thesis competition was, they would say this: your content and your delivery must be so relatable and so down to earth that a person can kind of like relate to it so well that even your grandma can understand what you're saying. Okay, this is no offense to any grandma, okay? But what it means is that it's so relatable that even grandma who didn't study your course, even she can understand. So they would say, can you pitch in that way? Then you got it right. Okay, so when I joined this competition, right, I went to Australia, okay, to do the finals. They were the finals of the competition. It was actually in Queensland. So when we went there, I went there with Dr. Adila, Dr. Zarina. It was really nice and interesting. And whenever we got into an Uber, guess what we'll be asked? Oh, are you here on holiday? And then, oh, what are you doing here? And then we were like, oh, okay, we're here for a competition. Oh, what competition is it? 3-minute thesis competition. Oh, what's it like? What's it for? And then we'll be like, uh-oh, there goes our pitch right now. I think this is when we can exercise our pitch. So in that Uber ride, I will be pitching about my research. And if Dr. Zarina, Dr. Adila hearing this, they will remember that. We'll go for, even at the airport, we'll be at the immigration counter and be like, what's a 3-minute thesis competition? What's that? And then I'll be like, oh my gosh, do I have to do my pitch right here at the immigration? But it's really interesting to see that, happening. And then I realized the value of it. Whatever that you're doing, if you can speak it in a relatable way, not only do you show the listener respect, you're also making yourself very relatable. Because a lot of times people might talk financial things, they might talk scientific things, and I might talk about psychological things. But if my family asks me like, but how, Pam, how do you do CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy? So I can't say something like, it's a very long story. We need a day to talk about it. It's so rude to say that. And also I can't just say, oh, it's too much. I think you won't understand if I tell you. It's super rude to say that. And if you can be respectful, and if you can say, okay, let me tell you in a nutshell, this is what it talks about. CBT talks about basically how you reframe your thoughts because reframing your thoughts and changing your perception of things can give you a better outlook. And when you have a better outlook, you kind of have better emotions. And when your emotions are healthy, you perform better behaviors. So if you can think of a way you can actually pitch without having to be bombastic and be relatable, you're not only being respectful to the listener, you're also being relatable as a person. Yeah. Okay. So far, are you okay? Are you doing all right? Do you have any questions so far at this point, or anything that you want to say? Or you want to say, yes, I agree with you. You can say that too. Anything like that? You guys want to say anything? You can type in the chat. Yeah. Okay. So let me see. Anything, anyone? Did I miss anything? Let me see. Okay, you don't have to be afraid. It's this is Zoom, so you can even PM me if you're shy. Okay, I won't say your name if you want to ask anything. All right. Okay. The why, the what, sorry, the what. So what are you going to share? Remember, if you're going to share, you better have your facts. If you're going to share, you better master the topic. Don't speak on something that you don't know much about. Better not, better turn it down. Okay, even I get invited for all kinds of things. Okay, but if I'm not confident about that, I'm going to turn it down for sure. It doesn't make you less knowledgeable, it doesn't make you less talented, it just means you're human. Okay, so it's okay, you don't have to know everything. Don't speak on stuff that you're not familiar about. If you are not familiar about it but you still need to speak on it, please go and do your research. You have to have everything in your hands. What I would do is go to evidence-based research, everyone, not TikTok, not FB, not Pinterest or anything. Those are awesome. Those are awesome. But they get from evidence-based research. So you need to go to the source. Why not go to the source than to go to secondary kind of research? You know what I mean to say, right? If you're going to a website, it's awesome. Those are good websites, but it's better that you go to it straight to the source. So if you're going to watch a TikTok video on let's say globalization or something, that's okay, it's not bad, but please make sure that you also go to the source, because they must be going to the source, and sometimes they may not be even referring to sources. You have to be careful of that. So you got to go to evidence-based information, get your facts first. Then if you want to get supplementary information, you can watch videos, you can watch and go to any website you can. You know what I mean? It's just that you got to go to the source first, because when you go to the source, you understand it firsthand. And then you go to supplementary information, to websites and stuff like that. Then it's fine. Then you go to TEDx and stuff like that. I love doing that too. So when you do that, it's nice. Okay, let me see. Thanks for sharing the tips for a different audience. I do find many academic talks, including from my own field, very academic, detached, and not really relatable. LOL. Yes, I mean, I really appreciate that, and I agree with you. Like, I'm such a rebel when it comes to that. I really like to break free from that academic kind of layout. And actually, that academic layout is very important in an academic setting. It's very important. I think that's very important for that. But also, when we need to know our audience. So if the audience is, let's say, for example, students, then of course it needs to be tailored and tweaked to make it relatable, like exactly like what you're saying. So I agree with you. I think those who are presenting in a very academic way, perhaps I'm sure they have their reason for doing that. Maybe because it's a very academic and a very strong kind of a theoretical topic that they feel they have to cover all that information. Perhaps that's why. Or maybe the target audience, I don't know. So there's a reason that they're doing that. But I do agree with you that it's important to make it relatable as well. Yes. So it's nice to make it relatable. And then you got to talk about what's unique about what you're saying, what's different about what you're saying. If I'm going to give a talk to an audience, I get invited to give a lot of stress management talks, maybe resilience talks. When I'm going to give a talk about that, they already know everything about that. Nowadays, everything's in our fingertips. You just type, you know everything already. Even if you're not from a background of psychology, they can know how to actually foster resilience in a person, how to have like psychological grit, for example, how to actually have that. People can know that on their fingertips just by typing, right? It's very much accessible nowadays. So if they invite me, I can't be talking about stuff that they probably have heard about or have seen online. For example, how to have stress management. Okay, how to actually de-stress. I have to sleep on time. I have to make sure that I can breathe well. I have to make sure that I de-stress. I listen to music. I have to do my hobbies. I have to make sure I do that. All those things are good. They are very valuable, but I can't speak those same things to an audience that is paying money maybe and paying their time and their energy to come and listen to someone in the field doing that. You know what I need to do? I need to go to that point. What was unique about that? What's unique about what I'm saying? What's different about what I'm talking about? How is the thing that I'm going to be sharing today different from what they can read out there? That's the wow factor, you guys, that you need. How to find that? How to find that, Dr. Pam? You can find online. You can find it when you go to research. That's why you need to research about your topic. What's really different about that out there? So what I would do is I would talk about the brain, neuropsychology, and how different kinds of parts and different activities can actually activate different parts in us. Did you know that what you eat can really influence your emotions as well? Because your gut health can really affect the serotonin levels in your brain that's being produced in your brain from your brain. So can you imagine that those are things that we may not always hear about? Some of you might have read about it, but not all of you, right? So those are the kind of stuff that you need to bring to the table when you're delivering on something, like a plus factor, something outside what people would normally know about. When you can do that, you have impactful delivery. So you need to know your impact statement. And those are some of the things that's very important. So how do you pitch? Now, coming to the pitch part, you're going to talk about your results here. What is the outcome of your pitch? What is the results that you got? So for my research, what I got was, okay, all of the participants in my research improved in their behavioral well-being, social well-being, and emotional well-being. Okay, these are the three components that I was measuring. So they improved in all of that. And when you mention that, it's not enough. You have to mention more. What else? So what if they improved? What else was different about it? Okay, they also felt super motivated that they wanted to now help other teenagers in their similar situation. I mean, other HIV teenagers. They now wanted to help them as well. So they were super happy that they wanted to become a trainer to now help others as well. So that's something very unique and different, right? So you got to really pitch and really try to touch on those elements. What is your story? So now is the time where you have to put in a bit of appeal. You heard of, okay, if you've ever heard or maybe done social psychology, media psychology, or communication, even if you were in comm, you will have heard about emotional appeal and fear appeal. So there are different kinds of appeals that we can attach to our delivery. Okay, so for example, if I'm talking about HIV, okay, I would go for an emotional appeal. So I said there was a story about what really inspired me for this topic was, okay, one of the teenagers actually passed away, okay, but even during the research, and interestingly, she did not pass away because of HIV. It was because of psychosocial issues that kind of eventually, together with the illness, led to her passing because of, maybe you can say, so in this case, she was influenced by her peers, and then she went into different kinds of negative behaviors. And those things, involve, you can say like drug abuse and this and that. So, and then those combined with her condition led eventually to her passing. So when I mentioned that it was more of an emotional appeal, because I'm talking about the death of someone who actually now inspired me to even more want to stand up for them and motivate them to make sure that they do not actually go into that. And interesting also that how this illness can also, according to some research, it can affect their behavior also in some way, because it does have a blood-brain barrier. There's something to do with that as well. So when I talk about that, now it's something interesting because it's from a research that it's not very common to hear that, right? That illness can kind of have an effect on their behavior, psychosocial behavior as well. So when I was talking about that, that's the impact statement. That's my story that I wanted to bring to the table to share. So what is your story? What is your impactful X factor that you're bringing to the table there? Your significant impact there that is motivating you to want to really be able to share with them. your story. So this part is very important. If you're using a fear appeal, then you're going to be talking about, did you know that many people, 1 in 4 individuals in Malaysia are committing suicide? And that was in 2021. That was even before May, up to about May or June, there was like a large number of suicide cases that we were having. And a large number was actually between the age of 18 to about, you can say 25. It was teenagers and also youths. And then the second biggest age was right up to about 40. You can say right up to the 40, like 20 something to 40 years old. So this is of great concern. So you can see how that's the fear appeal, making people feel like, really, but like that. So emotional appeal is more of like, oh my gosh, I feel so touched by that story. I'm empathizing with that right now. So you got to see which appeal you want to go for. Okay. So I want to share with you that as a lecturer, you know how we apply for a lot of grants, right? And when we go for grants, we have to pitch as well. So it doesn't just stop at our studies, even in a working life, even if you're not working as a lecturer and academic. So you can also be working in a company. They might ask you to pitch a lot of things. You have to pitch this program, you have to pitch that. There's a lot of pitch that you have to do and a lot of decks that you have to prepare, presentation decks. When you're doing that, you need to know how to really be very engaging and also be interesting and also have your appeal attached there. So when I was doing that particular pitch, right, I was working with a grant and pitching. My team members and me, one of our teammates, she is a Pensyarah BM, BM lecturer in IPG, and she's really good in composing poems and pantun. So we started with a pantun, and it was funny, and our research was about resilience. So the pantun is a poem, right? It kind of had the element of resilience, and also it was funny. So we had that appeal in the beginning, and then we had that at the end as well. So, and then we also made sure that we put in some pictures of what we did and conducted with the research that we were actually pitching for. So this was an end presentation. Think of it as a viva that was for us. So we have to pitch, we have to tell the grant providers what we did with the money that they gave us. So then they will tell us if they're satisfied, and then they'll give us the remaining amount of money. So it's very interesting when we're doing that, you have to give that emotional appeal. So we were doing emotional appeal. I shared with them the pictures of, with the participants and everything. So those are the kind of stuff that you guys got to remember. And over here, of course, your inspiration. So a lot of you shared in Menti just now, being inspired by family, being inspired by yourself. You want to be able to inspire others, and you want to be able to give to others, and you want to be able to give back to society, right? You want to be able to give back to the community. So that's a very, very important part. You got to know your inspiration, because when you know your inspiration, that is when you will speak, not from your mind, not from your tongue, not from your body, but from your heart. That's when you need to speak from your heart. So inspiration is, you need to really get in the zone. So getting in the zone means that you are really able to focus on what you want to do. So it's kind of interesting. It's a very, very interesting part, you guys, when it's about getting in the zone. Okay, I don't know if you learn sports psychology. Okay, but you got to learn this part about being in the zone. If you look at athletes, right, when I watch the Olympics or any game, I love to watch their psychological disposition, and I love to watch their nonverbal behavior. You know why? I like to observe, how are they focused before they get on the field? How are they focused before they start their competition? How are they actually before that? You can see they have the game face on, they're totally focused, and they're going on stage. So when I was going to give my 3-minute pitch for the competition, I would watch a lot of videos on relating to my topic, like people with HIV, children suffering, UNICEF videos. I will watch a lot of that and get super inspired. So when I go on stage, it's not just me being my usual happy self with my own life. It's me having been programmed earlier with all those information, knowing where this is coming from, reminding myself of the big picture about the topic. That's the interesting part, you guys. That's the part that you need to get. When you're in the zone, you are very, very focused. Usually before a webinar or before a talk, I really wouldn't be like on the phone with somebody or engaging with somebody. I would be so in the zone before that, at least an hour before that. I would try my best to be, if I have that space and time, I would try to do that. You got to do that actually. When you get so immersed in it, when you go and stand in front of them, they can feel the vibes coming from you. Like this person is just something different. They are speaking really from their heart and experience. What do you guys think? Are you okay so far? Anything that you want to share so far with me? Any questions at the moment? At the moment, okay. Type in the chat box, please. You can. Okay, everybody, I want you to type in the chat box. What is your greatest tool? What is your greatest tool when you are speaking out there? Can you type in the chat box? What is your biggest tool when you're on stage? Can you take a guess? Okay, let me see. Personality, yes, definitely. That's one of very huge tool. Anything else? Body language, correct, correct. What else? Personality, body language, anything else? Eye contact, exactly. Voice, appearance, voice tone, confidence, mindset, exactly. Get in the zone of the mind. Hair, okay, for Faiz lah, okay. Yes, but actually, yeah, you know, your appearance, your what you actually bring to the audience. If you feel good about how you look, the audience is going to pick up on that and see you. They're going to see the confidence exuberating from you. Proper attire, audience feedback. Oh, is okay. That's the greatest tool. Is okay. So now let me share with you this. What is your greatest tool here? It's all of that. What you said just now is correct. But besides all that, I would say another huge tool is your voice. That some of you got that right as well. The voice that you're going to be able to deliver, if it's actually a verbal presentation, which I'm sure it is. Okay. All right. So let me see. Dress to impress. I like that. Definitely dress to impress. So your voice is your greatest tool, everyone. You got to really be able to bring it. You got to know how to use it. Okay, so I'm going to show you in a little bit about that. All right. Now, social support is also very, very helpful. So when I went for the 3-minute thesis competition, I got tremendous support. Tremendous. I'm talking about friends, and also I'm talking about IIUM, CPS. They gave me like super support. There was a whole busload of students that actually joined me for the national level competition at Oopsie, right? That was amazing. Self-possessed support. Yes, exactly. It was really touching. And when we won, we actually won first place and second place. So it was me and also Dr. Fatin. So yes, and then what happened was, oh, it was really a good time. And then we had all this busload of people who came and it was really supportive. And it was like, we kind of rocked the whole stage. I mean, sorry, the whole auditorium, because they were like, it was clapping and doing all kinds of UIA kind of shouts and everything. So it was, the support is super nice, I tell you, because I remember walking on stage to present, and even that was really very, very touching. Thank you so much, Irfan. Oh yeah, I remember you as well. Thank you so much for that. That was really wonderful. Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you. So the support that we got, I would never forget about that. I still remember the faces when I'm walking on stage. They would like keep on cheering for you, and that makes you feel very, very supported and very excited. I even got a friend in Tanjung Malim, Dr. Zarina. Even she was like helping me with accommodation and everything. So that was really very helpful. Okay, so I want to show you this. A very interesting thing that I noticed, right? You must really avoid rehearsing, because, I mean, avoid over rehearsing. Sorry, not avoid rehearsing. It's good to rehearse, but don't over rehearse. You know why? When you over rehearse, sometimes you can get into the state of like, uh-oh, like, I forgot this word, I forgot that word. And you become so self-conscious that you're not focusing on the delivery anymore. You're focusing on like so self-conscious about your words and the way you look. So rehearse. You need to rehearse, but don't do it up to the extent that you get bored of your own of your own stuff, or if you're going to over rehearse, if you are going to do that, make sure that every time you find a new inspiration towards that your delivery, because you must make sure that you are excited about it every single time. So you need to make sure you put in an element of like your kind of like your excitement in it. Otherwise, you do not want it to sound too scripted. That's the part that I'm concerned about. It mustn't sound too scripted. It must sound like it's coming from you. You can remember the script. You can, of course. But if you change a little tiny bit here and there on the spot when you're delivering, it's okay. It's even nicer. There is a dance choreographer. You know what he said? It's very funny and interesting what he said, So he will say that he's such a professional choreographer. Okay. I don't know if any one of you know. He's actually an Indian cinema choreographer. His name is Prabhudeva. So anyway, I like to listen to his interview. He will say that, when I'm training the actors to dance in the movie, right? Sometimes it's a bit like wrong. It's a bit like there are mistakes. But he said, let it be. I like the mistake because let it be a bit wrong. It will look very natural and very nice, and you'll bring in your own element. So that's the part that you need to have as well. You bring in a little bit of your own self, and you can see that. Yes, Irfan, exactly. Okay, so that's a bit of that you can see. So you need to know that your journey, everyone, there's a long road ahead of you, a long road, a beautiful road ahead of you. You have a beautiful future. Today is your first day that you are going to be feeling like, I am so excited to be able to present and deliver and pitch. I'm hoping for that, especially as well. So you got a long road ahead. If you're thinking that, oh, I have to learn presentation just for my postgraduate studies. Once I graduate from IIM, I'm free from presentation. Well, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. I'm sorry. You've got a long road ahead, a good road. It's a fun road. It doesn't stop at university. I'm still pitching up to today. I'm still delivering talks up to today, and it's nice. I love sharing knowledge with people because you get to meet new people and share with them, and give them a bit of reflection and understanding and knowledge about your area, your subject area, and it's fun and it's really nice. Okay, so remember, okay, another important part is you need to have globalization. Okay, what does this mean? When you're delivering a research or even a competition, 3-minute thesis, or even for a webinar as well, anything that you're delivering, you need to have globalization value, which means that you know how to make it a bit more global. Like, for example, in IIM, I love IIM because we have lots of different ethnicities, different kind of nationalities. This is such a blessing, one of my favorite parts. So everything that we speak needs to be more on a globalization value kind of a part, right? And if you're going to be in a public audience, you need to connect it with the SDG as well, right? Sustainable Development Goals, how to make it and connect it with the bigger kind of a group, how to make it more global, how to make it more in that. Okay, just a little bit, right? Some people are fortunate to have a nice voice. Okay, everybody has been blessed with a voice, all right? Nice or not, that is subjective, right? It depends. What's nice to me may not be nice to another person, but what's not nice to you, actually, you think maybe you, let's say if somebody of you thinks that your voice is not nice, we might think it's nice. So it depends. The most important is, do you think it's nice? That's the most important. If you like your own voice, when you deliver, people will feel nice because they can feel that confidence coming from you. If you don't feel good about the way you look or are speaking, right? People can pick up on that, and they can feel that vibe. So you have to like you first. Do you like you? You have to like you first, everyone. And if you have to be your biggest fan first, if you're your biggest fan, you're gonna own the audience totally already. Okay. So all right. So that's something very important. So all of us have a voice. It's how we use it in a way. I know I've been told all kinds of things about my voice, seriously. I don't know if you will agree with them. Maybe it's okay if you do. I agree also. I've been called Upin Ipin. I've been called Teletubbies. And also Barbie doll, as in Barbie. And also another one is Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, all kinds of stuff. Which I'm okay with. It's like, okay, I agree. I think so. And Okay, let me see. I was told that your voice always sounds nicer to others than it does to your own ears. There was this very cute kind of video that I watched, right? I'm not sure if it's scientifically accurate, but they said that if you take, let's say, a file, okay, a file or a very thick paper, and you do this, okay, let's say you do this, and then you try to cover your ears in that way. They say that that's how you sound to others when you cover it. I don't know, you try and see if it works. So you should see, they said that's how we sound like to others. Actually, it's very true what you're saying, you know. If I record my voice, I cannot hear it. It's like, I'm cringing, that kind of thing. So maybe you're right about that. But you got to do it on two sides, right? Okay. So it's okay. I feel that the most important is what you think about your voice. If you like it and if you're happy with it, when you deliver, you're gonna like really you're gonna really like kind of bring it. You're gonna bring it. If you don't like it, you're gonna try to muffle and you're gonna try to cover because you don't like what you're saying, right? So that is connecting to the aura. The aura. Okay. So what I mean here is your presence. When you walk into a room, all of us carry a certain aura, or you can say like stage presence, a certain kind of vibe, you know. When you walk into a room, are you walking in like like a guilty party, or are you walking in like, yes, I am here, I'm humble, but at the same time, I own the stage. That kind of a thing. You gotta have that aura. When you have that aura, I tell you, people would feel it. If you know the late Dr. Aslin, I learned a lot from her as well, from the Department of Psychology. So she's such a great presenter. I would watch how she would also pitch in one very big kind of a audience, you know, auditorium. It even had our previous prime minister as well, and also it was very wonderful to see her pitch in that audience. And everybody will go behind the rostrum, you know, the rostrum. She would take the mic out and go in the middle of the stage and come out and walk down. It was inspiring to always see her. And I learned a lot from her. She will always talk about own the stage. So whenever people go to the extreme left-hand corner, what you can do is, if it's allowed, I mean, you got to know the rules as well. If it's allowed, take the mic out and come to the center of the stage. The one that said that you love the spotlight just now, I know you will do it. So it's good to do that. It's good. So you got to think, okay, I got to be the spotlight right now, because you got to own the stage. You want to deliver. So you don't have to be afraid. It shows confidence. Come to the middle of the stage. You can see like some people are afraid. They go to the corner, they go near the screen, they go and hide somewhere, but they're on stage. It's very obvious. It doesn't look like you're hiding. It looks like you're really, really afraid, actually, you know, to be on stage. So you got to own the stage and don't be afraid of the stage. Okay, it's kind of like, do not think about being self-conscious, like, oh my gosh, what are they thinking of me? Think about like, I just want to deliver this to people right now, right? That the aura thingy. I would really recommend you to watch his videos. It's really very, very interesting. And I learned a lot from this. He is Vin Yang, okay? I'm sure you've seen his videos before coming through your feed in YouTube or TikTok or anything. He's a very good public speaking expert, and he trains people. So it's very nice the way it's exactly what you guys were talking about just and saying just now, right? People don't see you through their eyes, they see you through your eyes. So if you like the way you look at yourself, and then you're going to improve the way people see you. So it's like, as you improve the way you see yourself, it improves the way that people will see you. So that's very important. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? Do you feel happy, or do you feel like, I don't want to see anymore? So what do you feel? Or do you feel like, yeah, I got the look, man, today? That kind of a thing. You got to be able to see that. Okay, so okay, like a lot of you said just now, verbal and non-verbal. You are very right. The rate is very important. Your volume is very important. The rate meaning that not too fast, but not too slow either. It needs to be the right intonation and the right rate at the right time. When you want to be able to emphasize on some things, maybe you might go a bit slower. On some things, you might go a bit faster. So it depends. It needs to be a good, very nice, calm rate. And then volume needs to be very loud. I mean, at the right timing. but very soft at the right timing. Tonality. Okay, so tonality is when you really feel your words, elongate your vowels. Okay, when you want to emphasize on something. If I say that, students, you got to have passion, like, but that's elongating it when I want to emphasize on something. Okay, so I always love to be given a mic, because if I want to go soft, I can, because you can still hear me. If I don't have a mic, it's all the time kind of deliver, and using my stomach voice, which is okay as well, which is also all right. But it's just knowing how to emphasize on some things, and the pitch, whether you're going to vary the pitch. Is it going to be a bit high? Is it going to be a bit lower? So when I'm giving a serious talk, I would give it a bit lower. If I'm in my conversation with my friends, it's a bit different, the pitch. It's a higher pitch, a little bit. If I'm delivering it to someone, like an audience, it would be more lower pitch. If I'm delivering to kids, children, it's a higher pitch all the way. Coco melon. No, okay. So pause. You need to know when to pause at the right time. When to pause, when to continue. Okay, nonverbal. Your thoughts are super important, everyone. If your thoughts is gonna be like, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous, I'm freaking out, they're gonna feel those vibes. If your thoughts is like, I'm here to share, I'm passionate about this topic, and I want to tell them about this, I know that it's going to be great, I want to share with them. Your thoughts and your emotions are going to be calm. Your behavior is going to be confident. Body language and eye contact is all going to be in place. And your X factor, remember, your asset, your plus point, your emotional appeal, own the stage, know your goods, know what you have. And in order for you to know your goods, you got to have some goods first. So how to have some goods? You got to make sure you do the research before that. You got to really research on evidence-based information on your topic. Then you bring it, own the stage. Okay, burger, or think of it as it's like a sandwich technique, okay? Or the burger technique, all right, so to speak. All right, so you got to start with a bang. That's the top part of the bread over there that you see, the bun with the sesame seeds and all that. And then the middle part of the burger is your meat. That's your content. That's the information that you want to share. That's what you want to bring. That's your pitch right there in the middle. And then the end is you're going to end with a bang. This burger is exactly what I was trying to bring to you with the Mr. Bean story, right? Okay, emotional appeal. See what I did there? I was like, this boy, look at him, Sebastian. By the way, it's Rowan Sebastian Atkinson, right? That's his name. So I purposely told you Sebastian because you may not have known his middle name, right? So, but very, very quickly of Mahathir just now, very good catch, good call. So you can see the top part of the bun, and the bottom part is the end of the burger, which you will see later, okay? All right, and the middle is the inti, or the meat of it. So you gotta arrange your pitch in this way. What is your top bun of your burger? What is the bottom bun of your burger? What is your meat? Where's your meat? I don't see the sauce. I don't see the pickles. And where's your meat? What is the meat that you're using? Sorry for anyone who's fasting. I'm so sorry. Okay, so you gotta have this. Start with a bang and with a bang. How to have a start with a bang? Start with the stats. Did you know that there are 500,000, 500,000 Malaysians actually suffering from anxiety and depression? And this number has increased even now. So that's the bang, stats. You can start off with, like, for example, there was a child that was born, with her umbilical cord still attached to her in the car parking lot. Or how would you feel if you were actually abandoned on the sidewalk of a red light district area in Chowkit? So these are the stories of Sarah and Ahmad, who are suffering with HIV at a shelter home. That's what I said. That's how I started off as well in my pitch. And of course, the names are pseudonyms, they're not real. But when you put a name to it, you can mention not their real names. So when you put an emotional appeal to it, it's like it touches people's hearts. Those are true stories, by the way. The umbilical cord still attached, and she's born in that way, left and abandoned in the car parking lot, and then grows up having polio. It's like these are all real stories. And when you can touch people's heart in that way, right, you already have a good bang in the beginning, and then you have a good meet, and you have like a good ending. Thank you so much for your comment, a private comment here. Yes, I love to motivate, and exactly. I can see that it's very normal for you to feel scared to pursue your PhD. It's very normal. I did feel scared as well. And yes, having self-knowledge is important. I did feel afraid when I was doing my PhD also. You feel like, oh my gosh, I have to be independent. I have to do this, I have to do that. You feel so scared at that point, you know. But after a while, you realize, I got this. I can do it. It's not as bad as I thought. Just like as a new lecturer applying for grant, it feels like, oh my gosh, this is huger than PhD. I'm so scared. This is dealing with the government punya body, and then they're giving us money, and it's a huge amount of money, 5 figures, and like, oh my goodness, I'm so responsible for this. So it was scary, but it's very doable and possible. And once you do it, you're like, whoa, you will nail it. So you just got to do it step by step. Whatever that you're not sure about, ask for help. It's okay to not be sure. It's okay to not know. When you ask for help, you'll realize that you will get lots of help along the way. Okay, this is like, I think you know her. This is Dr. Maisara and me when she got the Judges' Choice Awards when we were competing for 3-minute thesis competition in 2019. And I got second place. Dr. Fatin got first place. Then we competed in the national level with other universities. I got the first place. Dr. Fatin got second. We were sent. Sorry, it was like I and another person was sent to compete in Queensland. So over here, you will see is the former champion of 3-minute thesis competition from UTM. Am I right, Faiz? Jay Suman, that's his name. He is from UTM, yeah. So I think so, right? So he was the previous winner, and then he was standing with us over here. Oh, this is our wonderful team. I'm so sorry that it's not a full picture. It suddenly got cut. You can see Dr. Zarina there. You can see Prof. Ida. You can see so many of you wonderful people are here. And Dr. Anaim and everyone. Okay, so this is the support I'm talking about. This is not even the full picture. There are more. Okay, thank you. Okay, now coming to this part here. How do we actually start? Like somebody mentioned in the private message just now, feeling scared and how to start off, right? Thank you, brother Irfan. Okay, so how do we start to improve ourselves in our PhD or even masters? How do we do that, everyone? Starts off with SMART goals. So SMART stands for specific, measurable, okay? And I'll tell you more in a bit, okay? So specific means, what is your main goal that you want to achieve in the future? Like once you get to do public speaking very well, what do you want to do in the future, right? What do you want to do? So that's specific. Exactly what you want to improve in yourself. I want to be able to speak confidently. Okay, you want to speak confidently? That's a very general goal, very general. How to make it specific? How are you going to work on it? Okay, I will make sure that I can watch a lot of good videos on delivering talks every single day. Then measurable. Okay, I will make sure that I watch at least 30 minutes every morning. And I also read content on that. Then we have attainable. Attainable means that how can I achieve this goal? How can I achieve it? So is it really possible that I can achieve it? Is it possible to be achieved? So, or do you feel like it's too far-fetched? And then R is relevant. Is this goal relevant to you becoming a better speaker, to you becoming a better PG student? Is it relevant? Yes, let's say you say it's relevant. And time bound. Can you actually complete it in a set amount of time? How much time do you want to give yourself to improve your skills? Maybe if you say, I cannot think about the time, of course, it's always going to happen, obviously, but you have to have a time limit. You know why? This is a goal. Then only you will really crunch it up. Only then you will follow up with the goal. If you say, I will improve forever or something, you won't really like start yet. If you say that, usually. If you say, I'm going to give myself 4 weeks, okay, 1 month, by the end of 4 weeks, I must be more confident to speak. Now you're going to start. You know why? Because you only have 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now you're going to start in the first week. If you miss the first week, you only got 3 more. Then you'll start. You got to have a time bound kind of. You can use this technique also for your research, to finish your research as well. So we got to get started, everybody. Okay, you can watch. I can give you the slides as well. Okay, you can go on Facebook and see our my embarrassing video, you can see our videos like, of the whole competition. Okay, the competition. I think you can see even the ending part where everyone comes on stage. Maybe you can see it. I don't know. I hope they have it. So anyway, I'm going to give this to you because I think it's good for you to have how to avoid jargon, tell your story and everything. This is what we've been talking about just now. And remember, less is more. If possible, it's very good if your slides have like, let me show you something, okay? Just give me a moment, let me show you. Look at this, right? This is my slide. Can you imagine? It's just a picture of a burger. This is my slide. This one, just two words. So if you're delivering a pitch, right, it's very good if you can have very minimal words on your slide and pictures. Mostly it's a picture or some kind of a diagram or depiction, but not like wordy. A lot of students like to have lots of words. People can't really catch that. And then it also shows that you're not really completely prepared. I'm guilty of that sometimes, you know. If you see a lot of words on my slides, you know that masti she didn't have time to really memorize something. I'm guilty of that also, okay? But if you can, if you can, have minimal words on your slides. When I deliver a webinar, I remember what my coach also will tell me last time. Like, let's say if I'm delivering it for a company, the person will say, tell us your story. Tell me your story. Don't put the words, you know, because tell me instead. Tell me. I would rather hear it from you than to see it on your slide, isn't it? So this is what you need to know. Okay, your vocal range. Okay, speak clearly, stand straight, be confident. And it's good to record yourself. As much as you might cringe, it's okay. Just record yourself and see yourself. You'll learn a lot. And watch other people, role models, dress comfortably. Okay, so I want to let you know that you got this. Okay. All right. So coming to this is the bottom part of the bun of the burger. Okay. Mr. Bean has come a long way. And he's taught us that being different isn't such a bad thing after all. It's okay. You just have to be brave enough to be yourself and give your pitch. So let us learn from little Sebastian that, you know what, we can actually go through great heights. You don't have to be afraid. Even if this person got a stuttering problem, he can still achieve so much. What more you who don't have a stuttering problem? You can do it, everyone. So thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to leave it for some questions and answer right now. If you'd like to ask me anything, okay. Okay, we still have time if you want to ask any questions.
We have another 12 minutes. Anyone have any questions? You may ask to unmute yourself, or if you want to leave a comment in the chat box.
Yes, you can, or you want to ask something. It's also all right.
I think like another point I feel like worth mentioning, the reason why we cringe about our voice, right? So you did talk about the two cardboard thing, right?
Yeah.
In reality also it's actually that it is proven that our voice is actually higher than what we hear, because
Gosh, I have a problem then.
because when you speak you feel like, oh, you have a nice low baritone voice,
Yeah.
but in actuality you're speaking like Mickey Mouse.
Exactly.
The reality is that what you're listening right now is not from this feedback that you receive from, like, if you speak it comes to your ear. No, when you speak here it travels through the skull. So that's why you hear yourself as like, oh, so low, so sexy. And then like eventually like you speak like some mouse, you know, something like that.
Yes. Imagine. Oh my gosh. So thank you for telling me that. That makes sense. A lot of sense.
Alright. Okay, Brother Irfan, you have a question. Okay, is there any way someone help me to unmute Brother Irfan? Oh God. Can you unmute yourself, Brother Irfan? Hello?
Brother Irfan, are you here? Can he unmute? I'm not sure. Maybe can you type in the chat box? Can you unmute?
Okay, I'll read the questions in the chat box first. How long did it take for you, doctor, to be in automatic mode?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I would say even in it was like a lot of practice that I got in school, you know, because I remember when I was 15 years old, okay, form three, our English teacher would tell us that we all had to pitch something
Hmm.
for just 3 minutes or 5 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, anything. She said, any story, just tell me any story, short story also okay. And I was so scared, and I started to read something and memorize and have it with me. And then I realized like, wow, it worked out. So then in form four, from five, and in form six, and it's a lot of times we're thrown to just pitch now, that kind of a thing. I think that really helped a lot actually to kind of groom. But of course, I was afraid, I was worried, but it helped. And then after a while, when I went to college and then university, I think after a while you learn more and more and more, and it gets better and better. Then after a while, it goes into automatic mode. Even so, I would say I still feel nervous before I give a talk. I still get cold hands and feet, but it's like once you're doing it, when you're enjoying it, you're in automatic mode, autopilot. You kind of feel enjoyment, and that fear goes into joy. So it's very possible for you to just do it even now. It's never too late to even start doing that.
I think okay. Actually, I agree with you on that. You know, so some of us actually one of the biggest. I delivered some talks actually on that. Oh, okay. Brother Irfan managed to unmute himself. Brother Irfan, ask your question first, lah.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
And first of all, congratulations to Dr. Amelia
Thank you.
for a wonderful presentation. And as many of us know, I've been an old-time IOUmian, and most of you, like I said yesterday, are my nieces and nephews. So it's been 18 years already here, and I've never seen such a brilliant presentation. And I've been part of 3 IIUM colleges until this date, Alhamdulillah. My question to Dr. Pamelia would be one thing, and I saw that presentation came from a very open mind, from a brilliant mind, and a very diligent performance indeed. But what and how could we implement freedom of speech, keeping in mind that the IIUM standards some do put a spot where we're unable to exercise 100%.
Freedom of speech, keeping into, I think I missed the last part. Sorry, brother Irfan, what was that?
Freedom of speech. I'm speaking.
I cannot literally listen to that.
The beginning was clear, and then the last part.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech, taking into consideration IIUM, and then could you repeat the last part, brother Irfan?
Yeah. Hello, brother Irfan? I think the internet is not really that good there.
Oh, sorry, brother Irfan.
Can you check in? Can you type in the chat box, brother Irfan? I'm sorry because like we cannot really. Your line is not really that good for us to be able to comprehend the question. Apologies, brother Irfan. So anyways, I will wait for brother Irfan to type his question.
Yeah,
I think he okay, never mind. So okay, we move to the chat box first. All right. Could you share the slide with speech and significant impact again? Later.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, someone here asked, I want to become public speaker but actually miss 2 things, such as not good in English speaker and confidence. Can you help me, sister?
Not good in English speaking and confidence. So I would say, I guess these are the tools that we need to harness on. If we know we're going to deliver in English, then we need to kind of like really brush up and sharpen that skill in English. And then for confidence, I think one of the best ways to speak confidently in another language is for us to practice it. So let's say if you want to brush up on that language, maybe watch more shows and then pause and then repeat back the dialogue that they just said, or speak with a friend. That's another fast way. Listen to people speaking, good English, and then read more. I think all of these things can help to harness. When I first started also, right, then sometimes I'll be interviewed by RTM and RTM wants like full BM. And then sometimes it's like different kinds of other station, Harian Metro or something, and then they want a full BM or JKM and they want really full BM. So when I'm doing that, I have to really like harness my professional BM speaking, and that's another part also that we need to do. So I think the learning process doesn't stop; it keeps on going on.
Okay. Okay. Brother Irfan already give the question here. How to accommodate freedom of speech at IUM, keeping in mind straightforwardness is not a local paradigm.
Oh, okay. Oh, no problem, Brother Irfan. Yes, I agree with you. Like, maybe to have freedom of speech, and then maybe even in the country as well, maybe the way we deliver it has to be very careful and cautious and maybe tactful. So I guess that's a good way for us to practice anywhere as well in a way. So the freedom of speech is still, I feel that we still can have freedom of speech in IIUM. It's just the way we deliver it, I guess, and the way we would say it. So how do we accommodate that? I would say you can be brave to still say what you feel and think. It's just how you word it. Like what Brother Faiz said earlier, these skills you're going to be using to convince people, to converse with people. And it's also a skill to be used to negotiate with people. So when you have this skill, even if you're trying to communicate something a bit uncomfortable or you're concerned about, but if you say it in the right way, you can actually communicate that. And you can have that freedom to do that, I feel, if it's all done with respect and all.
I see. Okay. All right. I'm going to prioritize the questions here. If you go blank in a presentation, what is the best way to overcome them?
Okay, so I think the best way would be to slowly take a pause, gather your thoughts, and then slowly slow down a little bit. What I do is if I forget or if I go blank, you will notice actually, if you're observing me like in person or even now, maybe you can see like my eyes go down or up. It's very interesting, if you study about eye contact, when a person wants to remember something, they would turn to, I can't remember right now, either the right or the left. And it's very interesting to see that. So me, if I'm trying to focus on something, I tend to go down, actually look down. So when you do that, you kind of look a bit confident still, and like you're just gathering your thoughts. A lot of times people do this, they go like, and then they go up, and that looks more unsure. So I would say if your mind goes blank suddenly, just take a deep breath and look down a little bit, not down like that, but more like just lower your gaze so that you're not looking at people. Because when you're looking at people, you feel more nervous at that time. So just take your gaze off for a while and then slowly bring back your thoughts and just have, like sentence connectors, like, therefore, it is very important to, for example, until you get back those thoughts. So it doesn't become an awkward silence.
I think I can add on that. You see, a lot of times when you don't have any idea on what you talk, you start to ramble. You start to use speech crutches.
Speech crutches. I like that.
All of those words that come out of your mouth as you try to think. So I can give some tips because I learned this from Toastmasters as well.
Yes, he's an expert in Toastmasters, by the way. You guys should invite him as well. It's really expert.
Any of you who wants to learn how to speak, you can join IM Toastmasters Club if you want. But if I may say, the first thing, apart from what Dr. Pamela just said just now, is to always remember to not speak anything, to have a pause. You don't know the power of pause in allowing you to recollect all of those information that suddenly left your brain for a while. Because the more you speak, when you have no idea, the more you went off shoot. You will go straight. You will stray from the path more if you like that. So keep composed, be calm, be collected, and inshallah you will gain back those information that left you just now. All right. Moving on. Sister Nabila, did you did mention about providing examples that relate to our audience? How about if we have a multidisciplinary background as your audience?
Yes, that's a good question. You know, sometimes you can have a multidisciplinary background with your audience and everything. So just remember that in humans, there's a social cultural kind of similarity. A lot of us actually share that. So even if it's a different discipline and different kind of race and ethnicity and discipline, it's okay to still talk about commonalities. You can always connect with emotions. You can always connect with thoughts. So opinions. So try to find a common ground. If they invited you to speak on something, it means that they want the expertise on that topic. So you focus on your stuff and then you try to ask questions. And when you ask questions, you get the audience answers. That's when you'll find out, like, okay, I think I can relate to this one. I can relate to that one. Then you talk about that. Then you're already connected. So you're kind of like asking them, like what I did just now, asking you, what is your passion factor? Then I can relate to this and everything in that way.
I think that okay, I think I have time for one last question because it's already 11 and we're going to move on to the next speaker. This is a question from who is this? Sister Mira. I think it is very amazing how you managed to maintain the same level of energy throughout the whole session for more than 1.5 hours. Do you have any tips for that? Because I think it is quite unavoidable for us to lose our energy level when we are not able to interact with our audience or
Yes.
did not see their interest in our topic.
So true. You know, did you know something, Amira? Like, I have had to give a webinar to just me alone. You know how that's pre-recorded. That means it's just a PIC in a studio room. It was like a very nice soundproof studio room. It was just the PIC there, and the person coming to help me with the recording. Then they said, okay, just talk to this hole here. And then you can see yourself in this screen. You can see your slides here. Talk to this hole here. Then I was like, oh my gosh. Okay. Then okay, now you got to really know your stuff well in your hands. They even have a teleprompter for my words to come out there. You know, like I wrote my script because they told me, if you want, you can let us have a teleprompter, so it will come out and you can read it. But the issue was the teleprompter screen was also going to reflect my slide. So it's either I choose the teleprompter or I choose the slide. So I said, oh no, I would rather choose my slide. It's okay, no need the script. I'm just going to see my slide and talk naturally like that. But for that to happen, you got to know your stuff first. So I chose that. And then the person said, okay, I'm going to go out now. You can record. And then when you're finished, I'll come back after 1 hour. And I said, okay. So it was pre-recorded. It was just me. Of course, they were going to show it later to somebody else, but I have to have energy and joy and happiness and smile. And it's just me at that moment in that studio room. So how would I do that? You just have to enjoy it on your own first. If you enjoy it on your own, then your energy is not dependent on others. So make sure that your energy is from within and it's for you. And then when you enjoy it, people can feel it regardless of whether it's they're engaging or not. And they will start engaging because they're enjoying it as well. So when you can do that, people pick up on that. So your energy is not dependent on others' energy. But if others are energetic, it helps. It enhances that even more, obviously, definitely.
So it's good if you can speak by yourself. It's good if you can just speak into the mirror and then like pretend there's an audience there, or try to make a vlog or something. Pretend
TikTok,
that you're
right?
yeah,
You should practice with your TikToks and
pretend you're in a Twitch stream. You know, you're reacting to chat or something like that. So it will help a lot with your confidence and with maintaining that energy level throughout a long period. I think that's all for today. Apologies, everyone. I see there's a lot more questions here that unfortunately, with the time constraint that we have, we are unable to address. But inshallah, I see that Dr. Pamela is here. And then like, if you are, who knows, maybe if you participate in this year's 3MT competition, you might have the privilege to train along with Dr. Pamela as well. Who knows? So looking forward to everyone's commitment, to everyone's improvement in their communication skills. And thank you so much, Dr. Pamela, for sharing with us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Faiz, too.
Thank you so much, Familia, for Dr. Familia.
It's
Sorry.
okay. It's fine. Fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Familia, for this. Okay, with that, let's move on to our next session. So, Dr. Familia already shared with us a lot about communication, about few tips on how to improve the way you present yourself, and also the importance of delivering an effective presentation to any target audience that you have. All right. Now we're moving to perhaps the substantive part of your presentation. You see, it's one thing for you to be able to speak, but it's also another thing for you to be able to construct effectively the things that you want to speak. Or like what Dr. Pamela said, the what part of your speech. So with that, today, providing a talk about how to prepare your proposal, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Faizah Idrus online to give the talk. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Alhamdulillah. Now I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can all of you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Okay, very good. Okay, I can see that there are about 80 something people, and these are not all the new postgraduate students. Yeah, we have more than that, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have around that number. Some are inside campus, some are
right
outside.
Okay, never mind. Okay, that's good. All right, so I will share my screen and then I will talk to you about the importance of preparing a research proposal. All right, so once you have embarked on this journey, whether it is a master's degree or a PhD, you are actually signing a contract between you and yourself first. All right, between you and yourself. That is the contract that you have, because we have, I know we have a lot of other commitments and all that, but once you have, once you are here today, you have all the intention to start your postgraduate studies. So, all right. Okay, so, all right. So, most important thing is for you to have an intention, for you to start drafting your proposal. All right. So maybe for the PhD, for all of you, you have a kind of blurry area that you want to do. You kind of have something that you have in mind, and perhaps many of you have decided what to do, and some of us, you know, we are neither here or no. Don't worry about that, because you are in the path of learning, right? So today we are going to look at how actually, what is actually a research proposal? Why is it important to you, right? Why is it important, and how can you actually excel in writing your research proposal? And one thing to bear in mind is that different kuliahs will have slightly different style of preparing a research proposal. But in the end, what we are going to talk today, what I am going to share with you today is the basis of all the fundamentals of writing a research proposal. So inshallah, you can ask as many questions as you like, and I will try, and I don't have all the answers, but then I am going to try and help you out. Okay, so next, so what is a research proposal? Like I said just now, is a statement of intent. What is your intention? And most of you, you have a blurry kind of area of what you want to do. Okay, and this proposal is not just a proposal, it is an academic proposal, right? academic proposal, and it is, you have to bear this in mind, who your audience is. Your audience are not students, your audience are not your parents, your audience are not your teachers, but your audience are going to be your examiners and of course your supervisors, right? So bear that in mind, that I am writing this to actually make my supervisor understands what my intention is, all right? So maybe you can, before you submit or in the midst of doing it, you can share with your peers, you can share with your friends of your intention. Maybe they can give you some sort of, you know, suggestions and whatnot, okay? So that is, and a research proposal is very subjective in the length, right? So if someone asks me, how long should a research proposal be? I cannot give you an answer, but I can give you the answer of what are the subsections that you should have in writing up a research proposal, okay? It's unfortunate that this is an online session, but I normally will want to interact with my audience, you know, the kind of areas you are looking at and what, you know, your intention and all that. But anyway, you can share with me later, all right? Okay, next, can you look at, can you see my next slide? Because sometimes I am moving, but the slide is not.
Yes, we
yes,
can.
very good. Now, what is this research proposal about? It is your plan. This is my plan of study from the very beginning. Today you are having this Taruf, and then for next week is going to be the opening of the semester, and you are going to start your PhD or master's journey. So you have to have a plan. Whatever that we do, we have to have a plan. We have to have a plan B. We have to have a plan whatever, right? So we always want to have a backup plans, but the main plan should stay intact, all right? So a research proposal is your plan. It describes your study and what decisions you are going to make. Decisions are, okay, about your topic, about probably your title, about your problem statement and whatnot, literature review, and so on and so forth. So these are plans. These are your plans of your the area or the topic that you have agreed with your supervisor or that you want to do. So normally, okay, normally you have this very rough title you submitted when you apply for your for a place at the university, right? So maybe as time goes by, the title will change a bit. No problem, because the title is just a working title. Don't worry, oh, I cannot change my title because la la la. So don't worry, that is just a working title, and we know that this is a plan, right? A plan can always change, right? So it's not that I'm saying that you must change, but as you go along in preparing your study, in preparing your proposal, with the guide of your supervisors or supervisor, you may want to take a bit here and there. Okay, so that is the plan. Now, why is it important? Of course, this is the first step. Okay, this is the first step. So different kuliah or different mode of study. Some of you are taking the by-course research, by-course postgraduate studies, and some of you are taking only research, right? So there are differences between those two, all right? So you have to know what you are, what mode of study you are, because with the mode of study, the different modes of study, you are going to prepare slightly a different research proposal. Okay, so before that, let's see the importance of your research proposal. This is, like I said before, it is the contract between you and your committees. Maybe for research students, they have whole maybe 3 or 4 committee members. maybe there will be 2 or 3. For PhD students, there will be 3 at least, 2 at least. For bioresearch master student, maybe you have 2, and for the directed research or for coursework, you may have only 1 supervisor. So you have to know all that. Okay, I think in your handbook you are given all the descriptions of all this. Okay, terminologies. Right. This is a contract between you and your committee and you and the supervisor. Why? Because this is to protect you. As a student, as a PG student, you have to be protected by law, right? So because there are certain things that you should get, there are certain things that you should have. Number 1, you should have a supervisor, okay? And the supervisor has to give you some sort of guidance, okay? We don't want a supervisor who doesn't guide you, right? So this is, by law, is something that you have to have, a supervisor that guides you. And also that if you think that you need more guidance from other people, then you may ask for additional supervisors. It all depends on the kuliah that you are in. Okay, and then also the contract protects the committee from the student, right? Because we have quite a number of unpleasant things that happen before supervise the, it doesn't happen in this university, it happens elsewhere. Supervise the suing the supervisor and vice versa. So we do not condone that kind of act, all right? So with this research proposal, the agreement that you have between you and your committee, then because there is no black and white of this, right? Because this is a mutual understanding between you and your committee, right? Okay, moving on. Let's at this one, the essential ingredients. Not only that when we cook that we need ingredients, but in concocting your research proposal, you have to have the ingredient, and these ingredients are very important. For without these ingredients, your research proposal may lack flavor, may lack the taste, right? And most importantly, it has to be outstanding. It has to be purposeful. It has to be meaningful to you as a researcher. It has to be meaningful to other people who are going to be reading your work later on. So what are the ingredients? Number 1, what is the issue? All right. When we want to come up with a title, all right, like the title of a research, of course, that title must be a title that is important. I am doing this because of. So if you are yet to have a title, but you have a rough idea of an area that you want to do, you have to do a lot more research. Why are you choosing that area and what are lacking in that area? So why we are doing a research, because we know something is missing. There is a gap, something is missing. Maybe quite a number of people have done research on a similar title or similar topic, but you want to do it because you are looking at different angles. Okay, so you are actually bridging the gap. Some people have not looked at a different an angle that you are looking at. So no problem if you say that, oh, I like this topic, but so many people have done it. Okay, no problem. You are going to do a little bit of researching and find out what are the things that are lacking, what are the things that are not yet addressed. Okay, so number 1 is the issue. What problem does your research address? Okay, the issue comes later, but most importantly, you have to have an area. Okay, an area that you can actually brainstorm the possible topics from that area of research. Okay, then once you have got the area, what you are going to do, you are going to look at what the problem is or problems are that concerns the area of your intention. Okay, so without the issue, you will not have a proposal, because a proposal, it will address the issue first. Okay, what we call it a problem statement. Okay, this is the problem statement. Later on, we are going to talk about problem statement, and I feel for the many years that I have been supervising postgraduate students, I think the statement of problem is the weakest section that the students always struggle with. Okay, they have a title, they have all the research design, but the problem is not properly written. The problem is actually not a problem, it's just a statement. All right, so we have to address this issue. Okay, what is the issue and what is the problem that I want to address later on? Okay, and of course, you have later I'm going to talk to you about the objectives, the purpose, the research question, research designs, and so on and so forth. Okay, all right, so so far, do you have any question on choosing an area or a topic? I want you to have a conversation with me. Anybody would like to say anything about topic and area of concern? Anyone? No? Everybody is okay with the coming out with a topic and an area? Yes? All right. I don't see any. Let me look at the chat box if there is any. Okay, nothing there. Okay, so I am going to move on to the, yeah, okay. I know this is quite a handful to read. So research proposals make you what, right? Okay, it outlines your proposed research. It provides you with an intellectual context. Of course, when you write a research proposal, it has to be in context with your own area of interest. Okay, you have to be, it has to be something that is related to you. And let me just assure you that not assure, I want to convince you that you have to write a proposal or do a research that is an interest to you. Okay, you cannot do a research because your supervisor wants you to do about this topic. No, because you have to sustain the interest. Okay, you choose a topic that to your interest because it will sustain you for another 2 years or 3 years, right? Because if you are doing a research, something that you don't like, maybe over a period, no, not over a period, in a short term, you are going to lose track. Because something that it doesn't click to you, right? And of course, you have to justify your research plan. You have to be creative in your writing up the proposal. If you have experiments, you have to think through what are the things that you are going to include in your experiments, and what are the challenges. All this must be written, or you have to brainstorm, make a mind map first before coming out. Make a mind map of maybe the challenges that you are going to be facing once you are going to do this experiment, for example. Yeah, so anticipate potential problems. As like what I said, what are some of the challenges that you might be facing? For example, you are going to have time constraint, right? So you are given a duration, okay, a period of time that you can start your proposal, and then for those who are doing by research only, you have to defend your proposal at a certain period of time. And if you exhaust the time, then you have to apply for extension, and we don't want to go near that. Right, so make sure that whatever that you do, especially those of you who are going to involve experiments, you are going to have those timeline, all right? And then anticipate a realistic timetable. So this has been something that I always ask my students to do. Give me, a kind of not milestone, a kind of Gantt chart from the beginning. So when do you expect to finish? Inshallah, you are going to finish in 2 years, for example. So you have to work your Gantt chart backwards. Okay, let's say I'm going to submit in 2 years from now, for example. Then you have to, when would I defend my proposal? When do I start my data collection? Things like that. All right. So you have to have a realistic, not idealistic. Okay, we don't want idealistic here because we know that everybody has different sorts of commitments, different problems. It's not a bed of roses. You know that. It's very cliche. This is not a bed of roses, but there will be a lot of humps and bumps here and there, but just forge through. If just forge your way through. Be very consistent in your in what you are doing. Consistent, not consistent missing, but consistently doing what you are supposed to do. Right? Okay. Do I have any questions so far? So far, do I have any question that you want to ask me? Burning question? No? No, yeah? Okay, good. Right, so this is the more or less the subsections or the sections that you need in order for you to complete your proposal. Okay, number one is the outline. No, number one is the title. So what is your title? Like I said just now, maybe this is just a working title. All right, so working title, so far so good, no problem. Then you are going to have your draft of the outline. So this is kind of outline. The one that I'm showing you, this is a kind of outline that you should have. All right. And how long? Okay, I'm going to tell you how long maybe that you should have your proposal. Not too short, not too long, because there are consequences if you just produce a short one. Right? And there are also consequences if you write too long, right? So the outline, literature review, okay, literature review is a work that will start from now until the day that you submit your proposal, until the day you submit your thesis or your, your work, right? So literature review will not stop. As you go along, probably you will get more articles, you will read more, and then probably you are going to change, not change, you are going to add more, or just drop something that are not related. So that's why literature review is a work that will not stop until the day you submit your thesis or dissertation. Okay. So once you have, before literature review, of course, you have to have your introduction. And in your introduction, you should have your objective. Why is this important? The significance of your title, of your research, and research questions, and all that, yeah? And then you have to have your methodology. So what kind of methodology are you going to undertake? What is whether it's qualitative, quantitative, or mixed method, and what kind of analysis that you are going to be doing. All right. So you are going to also address ethical issues. Okay. Maybe consent forms, or maybe you want to actually address what are the things that you have to have in making sure that your data are reliable, okay? And then timeline in a research proposal is important, okay? So because your examiner or whoever that is going to read, they are going to look at your timeline, whether your timeline is whether it's too idealistic. That's why it has to be realistic. All right. What are your resources? and maybe what are your anticipated outcomes. And of course, you have the reference list. You have to know the APA, because we in IUM, we are not all the kuliah, but we go for APA. We are doing APA, but some kuliahs are having different kind of writing convention. So APA is a writing convention. Okay. So in your introduction, for example, introduction, you have to have the background. The one on your right in the slide is the first few are in the introduction. Okay, so in the introduction, you have to introduce, the background is to introduce your topic. Okay, so your topic is such, then you have, when you have your topic, right? So whatever your topic is, I want you to look at what are the keywords from your topic. Okay, what are the keywords? So in the background of your proposal, you are going to explain the keywords, because the keywords are important. That's why it is in the topic. Explain the keywords that are found in the title. All right. And you are going to also write, why is it important? Why is this topic? Why is this title important? All right. So once you have done that, then you are going to address the issue. What exactly is the issue that is happening here? For example, I'll give you an example of an issue for in education, because I'm from Kuliah of Education. Let's say I want to, the issue now, I'm going to pick one issue. The issue is about youth moral values, for example. Okay, there are the declining of moral values among youth, right? So maybe I want to address what the problem is. As you can see that from social media and from your reading and from whatever channel that you can see that just a few, I think a few weeks ago, there are issues of youth. Actually, after SPM, they actually not ransack, they turn the classroom into a, I don't know, I can't even explain, right? So the issue that is the declining of moral values among youth. So that will be part of my title, and I want to address those issues in my background, right? And then the problem statement will actually explain further the issue that I have introduced in the background. Okay, so your problem statement must be, it has to be very clear. Okay, let's say when you write your problem statement and you say that there is an issue of moral issue, moral declining among youth. So what are the evidence? Who said that? So when we write a research, we have to always come up with evidence, because this is an academic writing. Okay, so we do not want to write based on emotion only without having any evidence, right? So it's very important, once you have writing, of course you have to read first. You cannot just write without reading, right? All right, and I will address also the issue of you know, writing using the artificial intelligence tools, like for example ChatGPT and all that, and how your supervisors can actually detect you know, students who write or students who cut and paste from ChatGPT, for example. All right, so be very wary about that, about having to write, having to rephrase and all that. Okay, so that comes under writing, but I'm not going to touch about that so much. So let's move on. After your problem statement will be your aims and objective. What is the main aim of your study? What is the main purpose of your study. So maybe you have to have a statement of the main purpose. And then once you have done that, you are going to actually write what the research questions are, or the objective and research questions. And then you are going to look at how are you going to answer your research question. That will come under methodology. So before we go into methodology, you have to have the rationale and the context, the setting and all that. All right. Okay. So far, so good, everybody. Am I clear, or do you want to ask something? Okay, no? Everything's okay, good? Okay. Now, let's move on. I don't know whether people are listening, but I hope you are. Okay. Okay, so this is just an a kind of, you know, your title is and your abstract. Later on, we are going to talk a little bit about abstract, and this is like you know, your guide. The proposal is just like a guide for whoever that is going to read. Okay, whoever is going to read your work. All right. So let's look at aims and objectives. Okay. Right. So maybe once you have once you have written your background, you are going to start writing your aims and objectives. So what is the purpose? The purpose of your research is to, what is the main? Okay. For example, I'm going to give you the same title just now. My purpose, the purpose of my research is to identify or to come out with a framework of character education, for example, because I want to address the issue of moral decline among youth. That is something that maybe I want to write. Okay, so what is the main purpose then? Your aim is short and general statement of intent. Okay, to come up with, you know, to find out what are the problems or what are the challenges, okay, for youth. Why are they, why is this a problem? Okay, so in my aims, it's short but general statement, but your objectives should be clearer. Okay, so maybe I'm going to give you a sample of a research proposal. Maybe after, at the end of this, I'm going to give you a sample of a research proposal. Right. So objective, your objective should be specific statements that define the practical steps you will take to achieve your aims, which means the objective is you have to use certain verbs. For example, in social sciences, for example, you have to you have to specify, to examine, to investigate, to describe, and whatnot. So those are the words that the verbs that you are going to use. Okay, so aims and objective. Okay, now the purpose. So this we are going to go narrower. Just now the statement of intent, your objective are very general statement. Okay, let's look at your purpose. So this is what we call it a funnel point purpose. The purpose can be framed as a research question or hypothesis. So remember, you have to, based on your research questions, not vice versa, based on your research question, you are going to identify the instrument. Not identifying the instrument first and then coming up with a research question. Okay, not like that. But there are people who did it like that. But to me, as you know, a novice researcher, you are a researcher who is only beginning to do a research. For example, you please follow the flow, right? So you want to come out with a research question. Okay, so this is the funnel. The purpose can be framed by research question or your hypothesis. Okay, so then it leads directly into your aims and objectives. Okay, let's look at the next one. Okay, just now we before we write, okay, this is upside down. Before we write our aims and objectives, but you know your purpose, we have the problem statement. What is the issue? Okay, so the purpose should be a blueprint for your literature review. For example, just now I was mentioning, I was talking about character education, right? And I want to know the reasons for the decline of moral values among youth in maybe in Malaysian school, for example. Okay, so I want to use those areas for my literature review later on. What is character education? Why is it important? What is happening in school? What is happening with youth? All that, although is very general at the beginning, later on, as you go along, you will be able to refine it, to make it more precise. Yeah. Then you have to focus, keep the track. Okay. All right. So you have your purpose now. The purpose, but let's say the purpose is, let's say, very vague. So your supervisor will help you or will ask you some questions. What do you mean by this? Can you explain what is so and so and so and so? All right. So that is why it's very important for you to have a research problem statement that is clear, and also it actually, the research problem statement actually bridge the gap of what you want to do, right? If you know what I mean. Later on, if you have any question, please ask me. Okay, let's go on to an example. Okay, let's see, let's look at this topic. The influence of ESL. ESL is English as a second language teachers, emotional intelligence on students' English language learning interests, a case study. All right, so this is one topic. This is actually an actual topic that was given by one of my students. The influence of teachers' emotional intelligence, and these teachers are English teachers, okay, on to students' English language interest. So how would a teacher's emotional intelligence have impact on students' interest in learning English? So that is quite interesting to know whether a teacher plays a fundamental role in students' interest in, you know, whether you like English or not, depending on your teacher's emotional intelligence. So something like this is, to me, is very interesting. Okay, although perhaps this is an the topic that was given to me at the very beginning, and now the students have a very precise topic already. Okay, now for that title, in chapter 1, like I said, you have to give me the background, what is currently happening around you of related to the topic. Why I interested in this topic? I think I have already spoken about this. Let's go on to the next slide. This is again the problem statement, but the problem statement related to the students' topic just now on emotional intelligence and student interest in learning English. Okay, so let's look at what this is an actual student, what the student has written. Existing literature emphasize more on students' dimensions such as social needs, well-being, but little attention is paid to ESL teachers' emotion. So that is actually the gap. Okay, we have always, for example, we have always looked into students' failure in English, students' incompetence, students this and students that, but very little research have been carried out and looking at the teacher's emotional intelligence and how it actually impacts the student's ability or the student's interest to learn English. Okay, And here it says that in which their workload, teachers' workload, might affect their emotions and working perceptions during their professional practices that can lead to an imbalance of intra and interpersonal intelligence, burnout, and the control. What is the control here? So it's not clear. Hence, the stress from the workload factor is the main point why the researcher needs to examine the level of EQ is the emotional intelligence of ESL teachers. All right. Although this problem statement is to me is half cooked, but this is something that you can start off with. Okay, you can start off the problem statement looking at the gap. What has not been looked at properly, or maybe some of us have looked at it, but not in a serious manner, or a very little research is done on certain things. So you can bridge that gap. All right. Right. Then you can have, where are we? So we have the purpose. We now, with the problem statement, we are going to look at research objective, research question. Okay, let's go on literature review later on. Okay, let's go on to the narrative. Okay, now it says about, I'm going here and there a bit, so I hope you can ask me questions. Right, so let's look at the literature review before we look at research question. I know concocting or drafting or constructing research question is not easy. Okay, because research question has to be related to your problem statement. Okay, research question must be related to your problem. It cannot go too far away from your problem statement, because from the problem statement we are going to actually describe, or we are going to write our research question. Okay, let me see if I have a sample of research question. Do I have research question about the topic? Okay, I don't think I have at this point, but never mind. Okay, so let's look at the literature review. Okay, review, like I said just now, literature review starts from now until the day that you want submit your dissertation or case, right? So it is ongoing. So it's not just a summary of what people have done. Okay, so your literature review will actually support your hypothesis. Maybe we have not talked about hypothesis, we have not talked about research question, but never mind. I'm sure you will find writing hypothesis needs time. Writing research question will need a lot more. You cannot just write research question, hypothesis at one go. Okay, you have to do a lot of reading. Okay, so let's look at literature review. It like I said, it's just not a summary of what people have done or what people have found out. It actually supporting your research question. It will support hypothesis. It will extend previous work, and what maybe once compile what other people in your area, in your topic, that you want to. Okay, let's say your topic is I'm going to give a sample of English language teaching. Okay, so you want to know about what are some of the articles, or what are some of the researches that were carried out in the emotional intelligence in relation to English language teaching. So author A, this is the finding. So this is something you have to do, right? And it is not difficult now with the support of you have actually some ways of coming out with all that. Okay, I'm sure you know some of the tools that can be used to actually find what have been done before what are the findings of this article, what is the summary of the article. If you know the tools, it's good for you because it gives you a lot more time to do something else. Because I think that is the a beautiful thing about technology. It saves you a lot of time, right? But we are not talking about that today. We are talking about preparing a research proposal. Okay, but whatever that you do, you have to read. Without reading, you will not be able to find out what are the findings, what are the gaps, what has been done, what have not been done, right? Okay. I hope you can, if you have question, please write in the chat box. Yeah, let me see again if I, yes, yes. My supervisor said the topic will always change till we complete our thesis. To me, not until you complete your thesis, but of course, there will be slightly, you cannot change 100% because whatever you do is on the topic, right? But working title, right? So what else do we have here? I already, by Farhana, I already have a topic chosen by supervisor. It is okay to proceed. Is this a question or what, Farhana? Is it okay to proceed with it and be confident with it? Okay, Farhana, are you there? I just want to ask you, Farhana, are you there? Because you said the topic has been chosen by your supervisor. Okay. Yes. Now, advantages or like yourself. A topic that is given to something that me with know a little and you can know more. That is alien topic that you not even come across before. Will take some time to understand. Will take some time. The topic going. I think my my network may be stable. Can you hear me again?
It's quite, yeah, it's quite laggy.
Yeah, because I am not on campus. I am somewhere in the city.
Okay, understand.
Okay, right. I'm going to share screen again because I was talking about Farhana just now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me share again. Let me if you are unable to hear me properly, can you please quickly tell me? Yeah. All right. Just now we were talking about Farhana's statement saying that maybe by her supervisor, right? So unless and until that you know you have read something that was given to you, but it saves you a lot of time. It saves you a topic that is given by supervisor saves you a lot of time in that. you don't have to crack your head to, to brainstorm this and that, to come up with a title. But then ask yourself again whether you are interested in that topic. Ask yourself again whether you can do this topic, because if a topic that's absolutely new to you, then you will take more time than the rest of the people. Yes, Farhana, if you can understand me, if you are interested in that topic, Farhana, no problem. Okay, let's look at other people's comment. You can't hear me. I hope that you can hear me now. Okay, all right, good. So let's continue. Okay. Because of the, I think of the lagging network, I hope my slides are also okay.
Slides are okay, madam. Slides okay.
Okay. I think we have done this. Let me go to the next one. Purpose. Okay, we have done this. Okay. Let's look at, let's go back to the title that, sample of title that I have given you earlier. Okay, so there are three things or three important things that the students have written. Number one is the students wanting to know about teachers' EQ, not IQ, EQ, emotional intelligence. Now, the next one that students want to know about, maybe because this is just a hypothesis, yeah. Is it because of the workload that making teachers stressful? And also, what are some of maybe the resistance? Resistance can be for teachers, can be for students, resistant to change, or the students resistant to actually learn English. So those are the literature that you are going to read, that you are going to summarize, that you are going to find gaps in the process, write your hypothesis later on, right? So
Sorry, madam, the line is broken again.
You can up how to write
Okay, apologies everyone. I think there's issues with the connections there. I think she's been disconnected. I see a lot of questions here. Alhamdulillah. Let's just wait for madam to come back in the meantime. Yeah, madam has connection problems. Let's just wait for her. How many of you have already done your proposals actually? I mean, like prior to registering in IIUM. Is she here? No, not yet. Yeah. We will request for the slides. Master proposal since 2021. Whoa. Oh, you okay, madam. Alhamdulillah. Can you try unmute yourself? Hello?
Am I back?
Okay, you're back.
Guys?
Okay, you're back.
Right. Oh my God. So I'm so sorry because I am having a discussion at one of the hotels in the city. I don't know. Hopefully you can still hear me, but there will be a lot of because of the network. Okay, never mind. I'm going to share again. Let me share again. Let me share screen again. I'm so sorry about this, guys. I'm going to share this one with you. All right, okay. How does the research problem, okay, let's go. How does the research problem that you have is now, let's say about, there's a very little research done on certain things. How does it differ from other parts of the research in the proposal? Okay, so a research problem is the general educational issue or the research issue. Yeah. So let's move on. Just now we were at literature review. I am going to go very fast this time because I don't want to miss out anything. Okay. Okay, so how actually write your literature review? So most classes or a separate section. Of course, when you have a section in a should be three. One is an introduction. Number two is your literature review. Number three is the methodologies. Three important chapters in your research proposal. So all these three chapters are very important so that the examiner understands what you want to write. So just now we are talking about literature review. Okay, so it says here, literature review is not something that you are trying to do like reinventing the wheel. Reinventing the wheel meaning something very, very new. No, you are going to look at what has been done, yeah? Like I said just now. And you have to give credits, that which means you have to refer, you have to cite, you have to reference those who have done the research, okay? And from the literature review supervisor, all the whoever that is reading know that you have demonstrated a vast knowledge into your research, okay? So there is no such thing as in writing your literature review. Okay, let's move on. Okay, what else? It has to convince your reader who is reading that your proposed research will make a significant and substantial contribution to the literature. Meaning, when you write a literature review, at the beginning, you are going to maybe have like, you refer to about 10 or 15 articles and books and whatnot. As you go along, there should be more, right? So we cannot say how many literature or how many references we should have. There's no way of telling you the answer because it depends on how much you have read and how much you can synthesize from a reading. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, we are going to move on to the most important or the heart of your proposal. That is your methodology. Okay, so based on your research question, although I did not show you how to actually construct a research question because it all depends on your problem statement. So that's why I cannot give you or tell you how to write a research question. All right. However, I am going to provide you of a sample. I give you a sample of a kind of a good research proposal. I'll give it to the organizing committee. Maybe they want to disseminate to you. Maybe the organizing committee can share the proposal with you, or you can always find a good research proposal online. All right. Now, the method section is very important because it tells you the research or the research committee how you plan to tackle your research problem. Okay, one thing that I have not mentioned to you is that this is a plan. Okay, your research proposal is a plan, So you have to write it in future tense. Remember your future tense? Meaning, for example, I will, because it's in future. The problem with students is when they have completed the research proposal stage and they want to move on to data collection, they still have their research proposal, they still have the chapter 1, 2, and 3 in future tense. So you have to always be mindful that future tense is only for research proposal because this is a plan. So once you have started your data collection, it is no more a plan. This is actually an execution of the plan, right? When you start collecting your data. So that is the language bit, right? Language bit. All right. The guiding principle of writing a method section is that it should contain sufficient information for the reader to determine whether the methodology is sound. All right. Again, I am going to state once again that your methodology, your research design will all depends on your research question and your problem statement and your objectives. So get those three correct, or get those three approved by your supervisor, because let's say you have 3 research questions, right? You want to answer that. Okay, research question 1, for example, you want to ask, to what extent do something, something, something. So when you have the question, to what extent, how are you going to actually, what instrument are you going to use in order to answer that research question, right? So maybe you want to use interview. You want to interview. So once you use interview, that interview is that, or you want to use a survey, for example, because there are questions, so many questions that you want to ask, and you cannot do one-to-one interview. You want to use a survey. So all of this will actually be defined, or will actually determine the research design. Okay, whether it's qualitative alone, whether it's only a survey quantitative, whether you are going to use both, a mixed method. All right. Furthermore, since there are no well-established and widely accepted canons in qualitative analysis, those who are going to do qualitative, your method section needs to be more elaborate than what is required for traditional quantitative. All right, so you have to read quite a bit of, thesis. There are available theses online. Look at sample of thesis. Look at samples of dissertation. I always ask students to do that, but some of them, it just fell on deaf ears. It's very important to know. Very important to know the design of dissertation of thesis. What is what, chapter 1 is what, chapter 5 is what, and so on and so forth. So what is a method section? So find out sample of method section in thesis and dissertation. It is available everywhere. It's just that for you to, you cannot agree to one because there's so many, right? So you must decide and then put it into your own plan and discuss with your supervisor. So you have to have the research questions, research objectives, and problem statement before coming out with your research design. So anyway, the method section is to identify the data collection procedure that you are going to use later on, whether you are going to do the qualitative, quantitative, or the mixed method. Okay. Now, for quantitative study, for example, maybe you want to use questionnaire, or maybe you want to carry out a laboratory experiment. You want to do a quasi experiment. It all depends on your research question and what the kind of, what research question are you going to answer. Okay. So subjects or participants who will take, if it involves people, then you have to have the ethics. Even in laboratory experiments, you have to have the ethics of study. What kind of sampling procedure? Okay, whether you are going to do a purposeful or purposive sampling, or whether snowball sampling and whatnot. So all this, if you ask me, what are there? What types of sampling are there? There are so many types of sampling, right? So all you have to do is to read and read and read. You have to have a core book on methodology. Okay, you have to have a core book that is, comprehensive. say a book, a social research methodology, or methodology in the scientific methodology. For example, you have to have one that you read. I don't want to say from cover to cover because you are going to read covers. No, no, no. You have to read the description or the explanation of quantitative, for example. What are there in quantitative research? What is sampling? What type of sampling are there? What kind of respondent? What is a questionnaire? How to construct a questionnaire, and so on and so forth. So don't worry. Don't worry. Maybe today is your first day of your postgraduate study, and I don't want to scare you with a lot of things that, but we will take it gradually, but don't take too long, right? Because you have to have, like I said just now, we want to have a plan. We want to have a timeline, right? Okay, take it easy. Don't stress yourself for, for nothing. Stress your, postgraduate study is not a lonely journey. I'm going to stress, it's not a lonely journey. You have got your friends, you have got your group on the social media and so on. It's not a lonely study. It's not a lonely journey. All right, go on. Going on. What are the instruments, measuring instruments that is or that are going to be used in your study? Yeah. Whether it's a questionnaire for quantitative, and of course with a questionnaire, whether it is a questionnaire that an established questionnaire that you do not need to identify or to determine the reliability and validity. So that is the beauty of questionnaire. Some questionnaires are already established that we can use, which are related, and we can actually refine, refine the questionnaire to adapt and adopt to your own study. Okay, so all this can be done. All right, and what are the procedure? What is the step? What is the flow of your data collection? For example, how do you plan to collect data? How do you plan to distribute your questionnaire? Who are your target audience? What are the activities involved, right? And of course, when you do this, when you have a questionnaire, a set of questionnaire, how long do you give yourself to actually give the questionnaire or distribute the questionnaire and get back, the feedback or the return of the questionnaire to you, right? So all this will have to, all these are plans. Okay, you have to plan all this. Right, next. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, obviously you do not have results at the proposal stage, of course. This is your plan, no results yet. However, you need to have some idea about what kind of data you will be collecting, okay? And what statistical procedure. For example, you have your RQ, and you have your hypothesis, and you have to suggest what kind of statistical procedure that you are going to undertake. Because all this, it needs validation from your supervisor. If your supervisor says, okay, all this look all right, then you can proceed. If not, you have to refine again and again. Yeah. It is important to convince your reader on the potential impact of your proposed research. Okay, so you need to communicate a sense of enthusiasm and confidence. Don't be too overconfident. I want to do this because blah, 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 but you have no scientific way of doing it. So we don't want that to happen, because I know you have probably are going to spend a lot of time researching. All right. So whatever it is, my advice to you is always consult your supervisor. Very important. Okay. Next, common mistakes in proposal writing. These are some of the common mistakes. Failure to provide the proper context to the frame of research question. Okay, let's say you have your research question objective, but what is the context of your research? Whether the context is you know, if you are in social science, whether it's in what community setting, orang asli setting, for example. So that is the context, right? So the context of your research must be established at the beginning in chapter 1, right? Failure to delimit the boundary condition for your research. Okay, so we have limitation and delimitation. Limitation, for example, you have a time constraint, you have financial constraint. So limitation that you cannot control. So there are limitation that you can control. For example, we call it delimitation, right? For example, you only, your scope is only in Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so that is your delimitation. Or maybe you only want to, for those who are doing qualitative and case study, maybe you only have like 3 or 4 respondents. So those are some of the delimitation that you have to address. Why? Because no one proposal is perfect, right? We cannot say that our proposal is perfect because there are always proposed research will always have a loophole or always have some weaknesses here and there. Okay, and then failure to cite landmark of studies. Okay, the setting again. Where is this setting? Failure to accurately present the theoretical and empirical contribution. So in the literature review. Okay, failure to stay focused on the research question. So since you have read a lot and you want to know a lot and you start writing because you, oh, this is good. Oh, that is good. Oh, I am interested in this. But you have forgotten you have your research question at the beginning. So your research question and your research objective are your focus. So that is the focus. If you lose focus, then you will deviate. You go here, you go off tangent, all right? So it's very important to always remember, okay, I'm doing this because I want to answer this research question. I want to answer research question 1, 2, 3, and so on, all right? So we do not want you to go off tangent because you will only lose time. You will take longer time to get back to your focus, all right? Right. Next one, failure to develop a coherent and persuasive argument of the proposed research. Okay, right? So why are you doing this? So there must be an argument for it. Too much detail on minor issues, but not enough detail on major issues. So that is one of the maybe the weaknesses of a research proposal. Too much rambling, going all over the map without a clear sense of direction. Okay, so this is again, you have to stay focused. Too many citation lapses and incorrect references. Okay, so this is your writing in the literature review. It is not about citation. It is about your argument. Like I said before, some proposals are too long and some are too short. So this is if it's too long, there will be problem. If it's too short, there will also be problem. Okay. We have mentioned that. Let me see again. Okay, so we know that already. Okay, so the plan of analysis, you have to know about, for example, in your chapter 3, you have all the instrument, you have the research design, and you already have what are the data that you have to collect, and don't forget to also write what are your plans for your analysis, okay, and what are your plans for interpreting your results and expected results. So these are all plans, and there are various ways of interpreting or analyzing your results depending on the research design. Okay, what else? Okay, discussion and conclusion. Yes, what else? Okay, at the end, after your references or bibliography, you have to have your time schedule. That is the timeline. Don't forget your timeline. Yeah, the timeline from the day you start. Let's say doing your literature review, writing your chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and probably when do you expect to, for those who are going to defend their proposal, when would they think they are going to defend your proposal? Okay. Right, let's move on. If I have not, okay, reflect on the theme of the research, be self-explanatory, be brief, but not too brief. Language must be simple and unambiguous, okay, not vague. Be specific to a particular domain, bracket, arithmetic figures, etc., to be avoided, avoid confusing meaning, right? So that is on language. Okay, we have mentioned about this one. Literature review, yes, we have. Objective, we have already mentioned. Okay. Data information, okay, done. Oh, we don't have budget because this is not about grant. Okay, references, when you write all the citations that you have throughout your proposal, any names that appear in the proposal must be in the references. It has to be, right? And the references must be according to the writing convention. If it's APA, then APA it is, okay? And your conclusion, before your references must be a conclusion. State about the feasibility of the proposed research. Feasibility is about whether or not it can be done, right? So the upcoming challenges, the threats, difficulties, hindrances, not threats, difficulties, hindrances, and finally make a conclusive remark at the end of the proposal. Okay. So some tips and tricks. I'm going to share this slide with you guys. Huh? I'm going to send it to the organizing committee. All right. Okay. So common mistakes we have. I have mentioned before. So what else? The do's and don'ts. Do's: procedure, prepare professional looking proposal, make it interesting, make it informative, meaningful, write, you know, easy way to read, present content in a page, use clear headings. So chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. In chapter 1, what are the subheadings? Be concise and precise, check spelling and grammar, present in accurate and acceptable format, right? Use words which you don't use words which you do not understand. Oh, I want to impress my supervisor. I want to use, you know, very big words. So don't do that. Don't use any difficult words, unimpressive to the readers. Okay, right? Okay. That is a very simplistic way of writing or preparing a research proposal. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now. All right, Faiz, do I have any questions?
A lot. Also, apologies to everyone because I've been relocated to another place. That's why I might not receive all of the chats that you've sent, but I'll go by the chat to go with the questions. I think Madam has already addressed a lot of these questions. I'm just going to roll ball with this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Farhana Husna's question, Madam already answered, right? I already have a topic chosen by supervisor. Already, right? Just now?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to move after that. Okay. To get literature review, do we cite from finding of other article or from the literature review from other article?
Well, what does it mean? Say again.
To get the literature review, do we cite from finding of other article or from the literature review from other article? I have.
Okay. Okay, I think I might understand what the person is trying to ask. Okay, so first of all, the findings of other people is actually to support your argument. First, you have to have argument. For example, if you say there is a lack of information on, for example, emotional intelligence about teachers, right? So that is a statement. That is your argument, right? That is your first argument. So you are going to find out articles who actually agree or disagree with you. All right. So this article can be, you can cite the findings from those articles, or you can actually write the argument. It doesn't have to be the findings at the end. The findings is like the article says that 10%, 50% of the teachers in Kuala Lumpur do not understand emotional intelligence, for example. Right? They don't know emotional intelligence. So that is the finding. But in the writing up of the literature, the person side, according to the theory of emotional intelligence, saying that it's very important for teachers to understand their own emotional intelligence. So I think that is what the question is all about. So first of all, you have to have your argument saying this and this and this. You can either cite, if it's very important to actually use the exact word of the article, then you can have the citation. Okay, you can also summarize by actually going to the findings, saying that they found that this. Very important for you to, it doesn't matter whether it's in the body of the article or whether it's from the article's finding. Most importantly is about your argument. Your own argument is important. Like I said just now, literature review is not cut and paste and patchwork. It is about a flow of your argument and how you support your argument with the literature from other people. All right, so I hope that answers that question. Yeah, Faiz?
I think it's also, that's not a question actually above it that I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't realize just now. Like I think
What was
you
the
also,
question about it?
but I think you also answered the question as well. We should do our LR first before chapter 1. What is your opinion on this?
Okay. I think I have said that before.
Yeah.
Before you actually embark even on your chapter 1, you should be already doing your reading, right? Reading a little bit on the area, reading who are the important figures in that, for example, emotional intelligence, who are the important figures, who are the proponent of emotional intelligence, for example, right? So you have to have all this already before you come out with chapter 1 research question purpose and all that. Yeah,
I agree with that. When I was doing my proposal as well, you know, that's the first thing that I've been asked to do by my supervisor. You see,
where
you
are you
cannot.
now, Faiz, in your study?
I'm submitting this week.
The whole thesis?
Yeah, I'm doing my
Good.
master in thesis.
Yeah. Good, very good.
Research.
Well done, Faiz.
Thank you. Moving to this is one question from brother Fidaldin. Can researchers have an intention even before research? Example, intention to prove that Islamic history contains enough strategic leadership, or should we question the whole thing first?
Right. Okay, that is the question, yeah?
Huh.
Okay, now, when you have that, the question, before embarking on your postgraduate study, you have already the intention. No, you have an area of interest already. You already know what you are looking for, right, brother? Whoever is asking, you know
Fidaldin.
that. Yeah, Fidaldin, you already know your direction. I want to know about this. Research is about asking questions. What if? What is? Why? So if you have all these questions, good, very good. You are in a good place. You are already in your journey. All right, because once you have got that question, then we are going to prepare the research proposal and make it more systematic, right? Because all this, they are all muffled up in your brain. What is this? Why is that? Why? I'm sure, is you also have gone through that. There are so many questions, and how do I answer all these questions? The answer is by having a focus in your research, by having good problem statement, and by having the research question, right? So that I know there are a lot out there, but you want to focus on just certain things. We cannot provide answers to all the questions that are in the world. No, you are not going to change the world. You are going to finish your master's and PhD, right? Okay.
I agree with that. You see that when you have a lot of questions, sometimes I think like my supervisor puts this the best. You will find yourself throughout this study, you will question a lot of things, but the problem is if you don't point out the questions that you want to answer first, you will continuously have questions,
Yes,
and you will have
correct.
no time to answer.
Very good, very good. Yes,
Okay.
I know, but the danger is if you don't have question. That is the danger.
That's the problem. Okay.
Yes.
There's one
Yeah.
sister who raised her hand. Do you want to unmute yourself, sister? Sister Dania, you there?
Yes. Can
Sis-
you get her online?
yeah, I can ask her to unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes.
I have a question with regards to narrowing the scope of your PhD proposal, because right now
Okay.
the proposal that I used to apply to IIUM, one of the feedbacks that I got is that in order to refine the research that I will conduct, it's better if I could narrow down the subject matter. So for example, I'm doing my PhD in law in ICOL. So the umbrella subject matter is gender-based violence. So I'm quite stuck on how I should proceed in order to narrow down my research scope.
All right. So thank you, Sister Dania. So that is the proposal that you have submitted to postgraduate studies, CPS, when you apply to go into ICOL, right? So listen, everybody, the proposal, okay, the proposal that you gave to CPS is just a formality for them to know which area and which supervisor should be supervising you. Because with the generic topic that you have provided, they are going to assign you to a specific supervisor who is actually an expert in your area. Okay, so when you, of course, when you start your PhD journey, you are going to do all the, if you are doing bio research, you are going to take all the 4 or 5 courses first, right? For example, your methodology or your what have you in IIUM. Okay, so once you have done that, or while you are doing that, you are going to be assigned, or your a supervisor. Your supervisor will then guide you on how you can narrow your topic, because I think what CPS has done is to know who to give you, who to actually this proposal should be given to that person. Okay, so don't worry too much, Dania. I want you to concentrate on whatever they are doing now. Don't worry too much about the comments, but the comments are good for you later on, because it will give you some kind of urgency to do more reading, urgency for you to find more or read more about what others have done in your area. So what I suggest you to do now is, if you have yet to get a supervisor, just concentrate on reading more, And as you are reading, you annotate. What do you understand what's annotating, Dania? When you annotate, you are going to ask question, okay, I agree or disagree, I want to know more of this. When you read anything, you have annotate. Put it, you have to write something so that when you are given the time to write a proper proposal, the annotation will help you. Okay, when you are reading, okay, you question. So to answer your question, how to actually refine or to have a focus in your proposal, okay, for right now, I think it all depends on who is going to be working alongside you. Okay, Dania?
Okay, I think she.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Brother Irfan have question. Can you
Okay.
unmute yourself?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Brother Faiz, I can.
Alaikum salam.
Jazakallah khairan. Prof, firstly, my apologies. There's a lot of background score here. I'm inside of shawarma shop. My apologies. Yeah, the question which I have is absolutely the opposite of, firstly, thank you very much, Prof, an amazing professional presentation and explanation by you. May Allah bless you abundantly, inshallah. The question which I have, Prof, I'm also an ICOL student, a PhD student. This is my third degree here at the IUM. I've done 2 masters, one in civilization at ISTAC, one MCL, and this is my PhD in law. Now, the issue with my topic already is that nobody wants to be my supervisor just because of the reason that my topic is too brand new. Nobody wants to take a risk with the exception of one professor, and may Allah bless the Deputy Dean of Postgrad at ICOL, Professor Madia, who's very supportive of
Dr.
my topic. Majda, my apologies. So Prof. Majda and another person there. So in these circumstances, when I'm confident that I can do it, and I would be perhaps the first person to do it, the pioneer in the whole world to do this proposal, and I'm sorry I cannot discuss the topic, it's confidential by the Kulliya, they won't allow me to do so. So what's your take? I need your advice, Prof, on this regard. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
All right, thank you. So you are Brother Irfan, yeah? Okay, so now there are 2 things there. Number 1 is what is your purpose of taking this PhD? Because you already have a PhD. Number 2 is the procedure of writing or embarking on a topic or on a research. Okay, firstly, I would like to advise those who are taking or doing postgraduate, something that is totally new is going to give you headache, is going to give you problems. Because, of course, you are going to start your literature review. If there is nothing for you to fall back on, you are in trouble. All right? That's why when we do a PhD, we don't want to change the world. We want to complete a PhD because of the intention of I want to share what I will get or what I will, my investigation to other people, right? So if it's totally new, then you have to wait a bit for more people to produce work on it. I know you say, I want to produce it, but when you are doing a PhD, you have to follow the procedure, all right? So if literature is so little, then it's going to be problematic because there will be very few citations, and this cannot, in a PhD we have to have a comprehensive literature review to actually support, right? So, and then you will ask, then how am I going to prove that this so and so and so, right? So that's why there are research grants, for professional to do certain topics. Then from that research grant, this is one way of doing it. maybe you can work with the person who has agreed to be a supervisor, work on some sort of research grant, because that is something new. Working on research grant is okay if it's new, because you don't actually have to have a whole lot of literature, because you need to show that this is something new, that I want people to know about this. But in a PhD, it's going to be troublesome. You are going to be in a very difficult situation, right, brother? So my take is, keep working on the person who has agreed to work with you, and maybe you want to slant the topic a little bit so that you can have a larger or a more comprehensive literature on the topic, right?
I think it's for just for the interest. It piques my interest because I'm also a law student.
Okay.
Yeah, so may
Good.
I ask, what's the topic or the area which you plan to research, Brother Irfan? And while he's typing that the answer to that question, so one student asked, can we use present tense to express future?
What do you mean?
Can
No, your proposal can be in present tense, but then you have not done it. My plan is to use a mixed method. My plan is, right? So that is in present tense. But if you put in future tense, I will use a mixed method to la la la. So it doesn't matter, but as long as it's not in the past tense.
Yeah,
Okay?
I agree with that. I agree with that. Madam, someone is asking, is it possible to consult you later and tap into your expertise?
No problem. I am from Kuliah of Education, but at the moment I am heading the Center for Credited Co-Curricular. So I am somewhere in STAT, Student Development, right? So
Okay.
of course I have my email there. You can always come and see me and discuss things with me. No problem. My door is always open to any students.
Right. And then I think there's one question here. What is this? Sorry, madam. Okay. As PhD student, will I be assigned a supervisor by CPS, or should I approach supervisors on my own?
Oh, okay. Right. So this is the procedure. Everyone, please pay attention. This is the procedure. So once you have applied a place for PhD or masters, then the letter comes from CPS. Yes, correct. But then your it's not a proposal that you have given. What you have submitted is what do you call it? The intention, right? So is what is that? What you are some sort of a plan. It's not a totally a research proposal. Some of you, it's just an intention. So that little proposal that you have produced will be given to all kuliahs. So I call education, engineering, and so on. So your proposal will not stay in CPS. So CPS has nothing to do on assigning supervisor.
Yes.
The supervisor will be assigned by your department or your kuliah. Let's say you are in ICOL, okay, let's say commercial, I don't know what you have, commercial, what have you. They have different units. They have the different units of different kind of research, right? So the kuliah will then give to the department. The department then will look at the availability of a supervisor, and of course that supervisor is actually an expert in that area, then you will be given a supervisor.
I think
Okay?
like if I can speak from experience, from my own personal experience, because I do, although I don't master in research, but I think the process of getting my supervisor is quite similar. Basically, like CPS really don't handle your supervisor at all. It's totally in your kuliah, and what happens is that there are a number of forms that you have to fill out, and technically speaking, until after you defended your proposal, your supervisor is actually called an advisor only. So you have all of this process between you registering, you uploading your proposal online until when you have there is a form registration for defense of proposal that you will have to fill out, because a lot of times a lot of students, they spend their first semester not with the defense proposal but to complete the compulsory courses. For example, for my kuliah,
Yes.
there's 2 compulsory courses, so you want to finish that first during the first semester and then only do your proposal defense on your second semester. So, and in that time in between, doesn't mean that the version of proposal that you uploaded to CPS would be the final version of the proposal that you're going to defend later on. And in fact, that even the topic might change as well. So it
Yes, that's
depends.
right. But
Yeah.
yes, that's absolutely right. So what you have, the intention that you had earlier, but just concentrate on finishing the required courses that the kuliah has already assigned, right? 2 courses or 3 courses. I think in kuliah of education there are 3 compulsory courses that you have to take. So while completing that 3 courses or 2 courses, you will then scout around. Okay, so this is something that you can do. Scout around, look at while you are, taking the courses. Scout around for a suitable supervisor that can actually supervise you. Okay, this is one thing. But then again, when you want to work with someone, if let's say the kuliah has a committee, the kuliah has a committee that agrees or disagree with your topic, with your supervisor, then they can actually assign you to a supervisor that can match your area. Okay,
Yes.
so don't worry so much about that, but hopefully what I want to advise here, you can take this, work with someone you can work with. Okay, supervisor is someone who can supervise you, not someone who you are afraid with, right? So supervisor guides you. All right, the supervisor should guide you. They should guide you on your topic, not dictate you. Right? Guiding and dictating are 2 different things. All right? Okay.
I think like that. I think your answer, madam, also relates to this. I think this is the last question. Is that a lot of IUM alumni, we had SV. I'm sorry, I'm from Kuliah of Law. We don't have final year project, but I think she's from another kuliah. And IUM alumni, we have supervisors for final year project during undergrad. Is it recommended to choose that similar supervisor during UG or a different supervisor?
Right. Okay. FYP may not be something that you are, or maybe you have the interest of the same area, and then you want to bring it on to your masters. Okay, if you think that you work well with that supervisor, you can actually name that supervisor. But then again, it all depends on the availability of the supervisor, and also in your master's program, it will have to be broader. It has to be depth. It has to be, sometimes if you want to do this, and finally you have to change your topic and whatnot, depending on the kuliah. But depending on, again, the advisor. So if you want to choose your FYP supervisor, if she or he is available, then it's okay, go ahead, because you think that you can work with that person. But then again, if that person is overloaded, then you have to find someone else.
All right. Okay. I think that's all. We don't have any other questions. Should we, everyone, do you want to have a photo session? Also, everyone, if you want to, Brother Amir, can we have a photo session? Boleh? Okay. So everyone, if you want to, you can turn on your video. If you want to.
If anyone wants to contact or have a discussion with me, they can always come and see me.
And I think I could also attest about the importance of getting supervisor. While we're waiting for everyone to open their cameras, everyone please turn on your videos if you can, so that we can take a group picture. But I can attest to the importance of getting the right supervisor. Like, I will say that I am blessed because I got to know about my supervisor since I was undergrad. And then we were involved in a couple of projects. Even right now, I am in a few grants with him. So it works well because I always do work with him. He knows what happens to me. So where, for example, if I have to commit to this project, he won't pursue me to, hey, send me this
That's good,
chapter,
eh?
you know. Sometimes, you know,
And
you okay,
yeah,
better.
for your information, I am writing a book on choosing the right supervisor. Later on, inshallah, if the book is ready, I will share with all you. It's very important. Supervisor is very important.
Okay, so everyone look forward to the publication of the book. Oh, you cannot open the camera? I thought we already. Okay, try again, everyone, to start video. Okay, I see more and more people, especially to those who are starting their master or PhD in ICOL. Feel free to contact me. I'm
That's
also
good,
a
Faiz.
fellow
That's good.
ICOLians as well. Okay, let's just wait for a moment, and I hope that everyone here. I think like this afternoon, while we're taking this picture, this afternoon the session will begin at 2:30 like usual. So please be here by 2:20. Okay, anyone else wants to start the picture? Sorry, start the camera. Please do. Okay. I give another 15 seconds for everyone to open the camera. Inshallah, we're going to have more physical programs. I understand, online this might not be the best, but then
Yeah.
again, we also consider those who live outside, those who live outside of the campus, those who live overseas. So, inshallah, in the future, when you are all in campus, we will have more programs, physical programs. Okay, I think I'll let Brother Amir to lead the picture taking. Oh, I kira. Okay, sorry, Brother Amir is just right there. All right, everyone. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. That, oh, that's the, that's the sound. Okay, again, one more time. All right, one. There's next page. There's next page. Okay, again, 1, 2, 3. Is it done? Okay, one moment. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, madam.
All right. Thank you very
I
much.
just realized our name is almost similar, so I didn't
Yes, Faiz.
get it right
It's
as well.
Faiza.
All right. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, madam, for sharing with us. And I hope
No
that
problem at
everyone will
all.
be able
Thank
to
you, madam.
prepare your proposals effectively after this, inshallah. So everyone,
Inshallah.
do take your lunch break and do pray your Zohor, do your Zohor prayer, and we'll be back for the afternoon session at 2:30. So please be here by 2:20 p.m. Right? Okay, everyone. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hey, Dream. Hello. Hello. Hmm. अच्छा सही ठीक है मैं कमरा हूँ नहीं बिके कमरा समझा क्या कर रहा है मैं şey não vou ter nunca te aqui outros estão vou mas classe vou poder अभी होगा बंद वो, हाँ? अभी होगा बंद। ये मोहम्मद अब्दुल रहमान बिल्डिंग कहाँ पे? हाँ वो आरिफ का वही ना, आरिफ वाला है ना, जहाँ पे मौत, जहाँ पे वो नहीं। हम्म। हमें जाना है कल, पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ। आप करोगे रजिस्टर इसको? आप रजिस्टर नहीं करोगे? कल जाना है ना बाहर सबको। जाना है Combank numbers. Don't apply if you are no, there is a lot of others who are doing. Breakfast and lunch will be provided. Please ensure that you attend and do not absent on the third marriage. We will depart from the main staircase, Mohammed Abdul Rahman building at 8 a.m. इसमें है ये नए नए स्टूडेंट्स को CPS तारुफ वीक सेम 2। आप आओगे? क्यों आप नहीं हो मतलब नए स्टूडेंट? 3 जगह जाना है कल। एक मस्जिद है, पता नहीं वो बड़ी कौन सी मस्जिद है, ये आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये मैं दिखाता हूँ, एक सेकंड आ जाओ। ये है आउटगोइंग एजुकेशनल ट्रिप, फेडरल टेरिटरी कोलालमपुर मॉस्क, ठीक है, इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इस्लामिक थॉट्स एंड सिविलाइजेशन और नेशनल मोनुमेंट ऑफ मलेशिया। हम्म। किस मॉस्क पे जाना है? मैं जाऊंगा इसके पास खाने, ये
Assalamu alaikum, dear brother and sisters. We are going to start our session shortly. Okay, we are just waiting for our fellow participants joining again. One more thing, we already shared the attendance link on the chat box. Please, if you don't yet fill that form, please do to fill that attendance form. If you encounter any problem, just let us know. We'll try to fix that one, inshallah. And one more thing, tomorrow we have our outing session, as I told earlier. I think we already shared the link also. So if you already registered, congratulations for that one. If you still not yet registered, please do register yourself. And tomorrow the outing session will be start on the schedule as mentioned. I mean, it will from 8, and that will be very exciting. So looking forward to meeting all of you physically tomorrow, inshallah. Yeah, we already shared again the outing trip registration link on the chat box. Please check on it and do register by yourself, because that program going to be a massive and very exciting. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good afternoon to esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and fellow participants. We hope you had a refreshing break and Juhur prayer, and now are ready to dive into an exciting learning experience. As the great American writer and philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, the mind once stressed by a new idea never returns to its original dimensions. We hope today's program or this afternoon session will stress your minds and level you with new ideas and insights that will continue to expand your understanding long after the program is over. We have the honor of having two esteemed speakers with us today who are experts in their respective fields. First of all, we have Associate Professor Dr. Yasir bin Muhammad Mustafa, Deputy Director of Sajatra Center for Sustainability and Humanity. Dr. Yasir will be sharing with us his vast knowledge and insights on Insan Sajatra, a concept that promotes holistic well-being for individuals and society as a whole. His expertise and experience will provide us with valuable lessons on how to achieve sustainable development and a fulfilling life. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Yasir. He's already with us. Next, we have Professor Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail. He is a Deputy Rector, Academic and Internationalization, who will be speaking about the Sajatra academic framework and its significance in inspiring the landscape of teaching, learning, and research at IIUM. With his extensive experience in academia, Prof. Ahmed Faris will provide us with a fresh perspective on how education can be designated to create well-rounded individuals who are equipped to face the challenges of the future. Our Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail, who will he's going to be going to conclude our session event. He is the Deputy Director of International Islamic University Malaysia. Please stay with us, and he will, along with his speech, he will going to be our closing remarks speaker also. Okay, we hope you are excited as we are here from our speakers today. The program promises to be informative, engaging, and thought-provoking. We encourage you to participate actively in the Q&A session. As I told you earlier, immediately our esteemed speaker, when he finishes his session, immediately after we're gonna open the Q&A session, and in the Q&A session, you can directly engage with the speaker. So be ready for that while our session is going on. If you have any question on your mind, feel free to write on the chat box. We'll try to accumulate your questions, and inshallah we'll ask immediately after the session is over. Or after the session is over, you can directly engage with the speaker by unmuting yourself and directly talk with the speaker. Okay, without further ado, let's continue with the main agenda. Our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Yasir bin Muhammad Mustafa, will be sharing his knowledge and insights on the importance of Sajatra in promoting human welfare and how it can be achieved sustainability. To make the most of this session, here are the suggestion. Please be concentrate on his speech and what I already shared to you. If you have anything on your mind, just keep it with you or write down on the chat box. We will give you the chance to interact with the professor. Please, the professor, without further ado, I would like to invite you for share with us your experience. And from now on onwards, the virtual stage is yours, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Brother Alam Gir, right?
Yes.
Brother Alam, thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Alam. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, sure, Doctor.
Right. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, it's completely visible.
Full screen.
Yeah.
Can you?
Full screen.
Full screen, right? Okay, all right. Okay. So again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, everyone. And in Malaysia, we always say salam sejahtera, everybody. Okay, and so today I'll be sharing a little bit from the Sejahtera Center perspective about sejahtera and some of the agenda being done in the university regarding this sejahtera. And this relates to also the sustainable development, humanity, community engagement, etc. Okay. So I believe you guys have been hearing this so many times, but I would like to also wish the same. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to all the new postgraduate students of IIM. Welcome to IIM, Gombak campus or Kuantan campus or Pago campus, wherever you are. I'm praying and I'm hoping that you guys will have a good experience, a great experience, insightful, enlightening, maybe memorable experience throughout your studies in IIM. Or I would also say, I'm hoping that you guys would have a very sejahtera experience while you are in the campus or while you are in studying in this university, inshallah. Okay, so welcome. Okay, so as you can see, this is Gombak campus. I'm a researcher in engineering. I did a lot of research in drones. We do mapping with drones, and then what part of my hobby is also to take photos with drone. Okay, this is a photo that I took early in the morning in one of the day of Ramadan, 27th Ramadan morning. A beautiful morning. I hope this is as beautiful as your early days in IIM, inshallah. Again, and hopefully it grows to be a wonderful journey for you throughout your years in IIM. At the end of the Ramadan, you'll see Eid, inshallah. At the end of your PhD studies, you'll see beautiful graduation, inshallah. Okay, but very importantly, okay, the question that you have to ask yourself, a very important question that you have to ask yourself is why? Why are you here? Why are you embarking on this 3-4 years journey, spending a huge part or a huge chunk of years of your life, spending time doing this study, postgraduate studies, master or PhD? Okay, it's a very important question that you have to ask, and you have to really dive deep and make sure you understand why you want to go and embark on this journey of studying, spending time doing these postgraduate studies. Okay, I asked one of very wise, I don't know, not a person, but an AI, ChatGPT. What is the purpose of education? Why do we study this? Everyone can now prompt to this AI, and you get answers as beautiful as this. It can give you and explain to you why standard answers learned from like a million of corpus being trained into the AI. Okay, the AI generate this purpose of education. Okay, this is the standard definition of what is education. Okay, from the lowest level up to the highest level. It says that the purpose of education is multifaceted and can vary depending on individuals and society's needs. However, some key purpose of education includes personal development, socialization, career preparation, economic growth, citizenship, cultural preservation. And then if you prompt for postgraduate studies, it'll say specialization, deepening research, and etc. So these are standard answers of why you do postgraduate studies or why you delve into this education in the first place. Okay, and ChatGPT also says the overall education plays a vital role in shaping individuals and societies, contributing to personal growth, socialization, economic development, civic engagement, and cultural preservation. These are answers given by an AI, a machine, or algorithms designed that learn from thousands or millions of corpus being trained into these algorithms, and this is the answer, the standard answers. And if we, a human, okay, if you guys probably have this similar, I believe everyone have this similar purpose of like career preparations or specialization, etc. These are standard answers, but probably you have to dig deeper or probably learn from some other scholars. Okay, if you look at the earlier scholars, like Socrates, Plato's, their thoughts on education is basically saying that the purpose of education is to give to the body and the soul the beauty and all the perfections which they are capable from knowledge. Basically to develop yourself. Okay, so this is the perspective from Plato and also learn from Socrates, etc. Okay, and then if we learn from our Imam, the Muslims Imam, Imam Al-Ghazali, okay, he also basically learned from those like Socrates and Plato, took some of their ideas. Okay, but according to him, this the education, the purpose of education is even more than just a personal development. Okay, the objective of educations are formation, constructions, and completion of manners, so that man can distinguish between good and bad and abstain from evil. On one hand, it formulates the character of individuals, okay, and on the other hand, it reforms the society. Basically, utility to improve yourself and the society. Okay, the aim of education is to basically bring betterment. Okay, in whatever way, probably career advancement, specialization, etc. But the purpose of education should be for you, for yourself, and also for others, for your society and for your communities, etc. So this is according to Imam Al-Ghazali. Okay, so it's very, very important that we have this a clear idea. Why do we go about doing this? Probably PhD research or master studies that you want to go about, because this is the start of your journey, and it's good to have this mindset or this objective set early on. Okay, and it's good if you can also think of what, at the end of the day, what can I, as an individual, provide for others. Okay, because from the perspective of our religion, Islam, okay, there's no better things, there's no better ibadah than contributing or helping people who are in need, or contributing to others who are in need of help. Okay, in Malaysia, okay, the purpose of education are there, okay, spelled out by what we call the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, or the philosophy of education, national philosophy of education. Okay, this is in Malay. I believe you guys cannot read this, most of you, but you can see the word kesejahteraan diri there. Okay, sejahtera is coming from the word sejahtera, basically mentioning the importance of this word. Okay, it is embedded into our national philosophy of education. Okay, very, very important word. Okay, and this is the English. Probably I can read for you guys. Okay, there in front of our Kuliah of Education, printed very big. Okay, it says that education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort towards further developing the potential of individual in a holistic and integrated manner, so as to produce individuals who are balanced and harmonious based on the firm belief and devotion to God. Such an effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens, or you guys, if you're international, basically global citizens who are knowledgeable and competent, possess high moral standards, and who are responsible and capable of achieving kesejahteraan diri. Okay, this is a word that we believe cannot be translated. Sejahtera, it's basically self-sejahtera or something. To contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, the society, and the nation at large. Okay, similar, okay, or aligned with what Imam Al-Ghazali said. Okay, the purpose of education in the Malaysian perspective is to develop yourself, to develop the individuals, okay, to become very balanced individuals and sejahtera individuals. And at the end of the day, this individual can then contribute to the society, to the family, to the society, and the nations. Okay, and now we are talking about a global nation, okay, as a global citizen. Okay, right. So that's the purpose of education, and this is what you will be experiencing in IIM. Inshallah, we're trying our very best, okay, to follow suit this philosophy Okay, because this philosophy is basically for education from the lowest level to the highest level, to the postgraduate, to the PhD level. Okay, so basically we want to have all this, okay, to balance, to develop this kesejahteraan diri. Again, and this is the mission of IIUM. Okay, we are our strategic planning for the years ahead is basically to humanize education. Okay, we want to reshape education, okay, through this concept of Maqasid Sharia introduced by Imam Al-Ghazali himself, and also to look at the global agenda of the current global agenda, okay, the contemporary agenda, which is the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. I believe everyone is aware, hopefully. Okay, but if you're not, then these are very popular now, sustainable development, because as we can see and as we can feel nowadays, we can basically see that our Earth is basically experiencing some changes. Okay? Changes not for good, but for something bad. Okay, because of the unsustainable development that we have been going through. Okay, because of the industrial revolutions, humans have machines that allows them to utilize the resources of the earth more than what they need, okay, so fast and so quickly because of these machineries, and because of that, things are so unsustainable. And at the end, socially, we can see there's also instability in the social realm of our lives. Poor and rich are getting so far apart, and etc. Okay, so the idea is the university wants to humanize education, okay, through these two concepts, following the Maqasid and also the global goals, and then through to achieve this, we aim to go through all these. I won't be going through all these elements, yeah, but basically these are things that you will be seeing, the strategic initiatives of the university. I think Prof. Faris will also be explaining this afterwards. Okay, you'll see a Sejahtera academic framework. You'll hear which will be explained by Prof. Faris after this. You'll see about gardens and of knowledge and virtue. You'll hear about Insan Sejahtera, Budiman, and all these other terms. Okay, but at the end of the day, these are to achieve the purpose of humanizing education. Okay, we don't want education as what the AI defined, okay, as what ChatGPT defined, but we want education as what our Imam Al-Ghazali defined. Okay, so in our national philosophy, okay, there's the word sejahtera. Okay, sejahtera is a very complex word. Okay, but if you look at a dictionary, a Malay dictionary, okay, this is how sejahtera is defined. It is defined as aman and makmur. It is a Malay word, which means peace and prosperity. Senang dan tenteram, which stands for ease, happy, and tranquility. Terpelihara dari bencana, okay, which means protected from disaster or anything untowards. Okay, a very simple definition that we believe does not represent sejahtera correctly or truly. Okay, but if you look at the history of the word sejahtera, okay, sejahtera is coming from a Sanskrit origin word, a word of Sanskrit origin, okay, derived from words like sadhya, sudatra, susitra, and sasastra, okay, which basically all have very strong and positive connotations, like celestial, okay, divine, granting gifts, distinguished, and etc. Okay, or in other definitions, okay, inspires meanings such as to be set right, to be perfected, to be accomplished or fulfilled, to be mastered or won, to be proved or established, attainable, conquerable, perfections, celestial beings, granting gifts, or having connotating praise or invocations. All have all this very, very positive, very strong meaning. Okay, that's word sejahtera, the etymology of that word. Okay, but what is sejahtera really? Okay, according to Tazrizul, our current rector of the university, yes, sejahtera is not easily rendered into languages because of its comprehensive and multi-layered meaning and nuance. Okay, it is human-centric in that it spans the macrocosmic and microcosmic nexus. It is macrocosmic because it relates to the human external environment, natures and fellow beings, including other species. And it is microcosmic because it embraces the self and the inner dimension, including spiritual and consciousness. Okay, it's a very complex word to define. And this is how he modeled the word sejahtera. Okay, sejahtera can be described as balanced lifestyle, summarized by 10 different elements, neatly woven into these acronym SPICES, which have 10 words there. Okay, to achieve an overall state of well-being, each element must be in balance in itself and must be in balance with all the rest. Okay, we can see these are to achieve a sejahtera, to be in sejahtera, to say something that is sejahtera. Okay, that means that particular individual or that particular things must be spiritually, emotionally, and ethically balanced. Okay? Within itself, the spiritual must be balanced. Emotionally is balanced, ethically balanced, and then intellectually, okay, going out to the macrocosmic. You have ecology, okay, but still inside you have intellectually, cognitive, physio, psychologically, all balanced, okay, within itself and within the rest. Okay, this what makes an individual, and then this individual then interact with the macrocosmic, which are ecology, okay, the environment, economics, societal, and cultural. Okay, these are the definition of sejahtera. These are what our education aims to achieve. Okay, to have an individual which are balanced all around, okay, which achieve this sejahtera. Okay, but unfortunately, education as defined by probably ChatGPT, like normal, typical economic-driven definitions, okay, only talk about economics to achieve basically so that you can get the scrolls and then work at better jobs and then get higher paying jobs, and then you become rich. Okay, also only talk about intellectual, okay, how you develop your knowledge, develop your intellectual parts, and does not talk about the rest. Okay, very little talk about the rest. Okay, nowadays they are pushed, okay, where we also talk about ecology, okay, because of the disasters that we are facing. Okay, so people are now also talking about ecology. Okay, also society a little bit. But most of the time we'll still talk about economy. Okay, but sejahtera, okay, as what's defined by the philosophy, our education philosophy, is a balance discussions, balance development of all these components, all these spices. We call it the spices of sejahtera. All right. So sejahtera is a balanced lifestyle, okay, that balance everything, not just getting higher paying job, not just getting scroll so that I can work at a better paying jobs. Okay, it talks about everything else. Okay, so in IIUM, as what Prof. Faris will be mentioning or talking about after this, sejahtera academic framework was developed. Okay, basically aims to humanize education in this university. And this is the framework, basically integrating everything, Maqasid, SDGs, UN, pillars of educations, and everything else. But will be explained by Prof. Haris after. Can also, this is meant for postgraduate students, a slightly tuned framework for postgraduates. Okay, and probably I've not properly introduced myself. I am a deputy director of IIM Sejahtera Center. So we call the full name is Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity. Okay, so basically, this center, the center that I'm from, was established basically to push for this agenda, bringing Sejahtera agenda to the university. Okay, a bit of history. International Islamic IIM has embarked on a journey of making changes and creating impact for sustainability through its whole institution transformation, with the strategic mission of humanizing education through sustainable development goals and Maqasid Sharia since 2018. And then institutional change for sustainability requires a well-designed, effective, coordinated initiative, especially for a university with, this is a big university with 3,000 community. With the determination to make difference in the education process after COVID-19 pandemic, the university then agreed to establish this center, okay, the center that I'm from, which is the IIM Sejahtera Center. Okay, so we are not big, a very small team, okay, but currently holding quite a significant responsibility to look after courses and programs related to sustainability, mainly sustainability, and we also like to say for the humanity as well. Okay, currently we are looking after courses which are transdisciplinary. We want to push for this transdisciplinary initiatives, projects where you can collaborate between kuliah, not just within your kuliah, you can work with other from different kuliah as well. Okay, and many of the initiatives involve working with the communities surrounding universities, also any communities that we have networked with. Okay, so this is where the university is. The university is under the purview of Deputy Director Academic and Internationalization, Prof. Haris. And yeah, it's one of the many offices in the university. And our functions is basically to look at the green or sustainable campus, okay, to look after education for sustainable development, and then to look into Sejahtera neighborhood, meaning Sejahtera community, working with the communities, etc. So many of our tasks basically involve handling courses, handling programs, handling micro programs related to all these initiatives. Okay, and the center is also a secretariat for RCE. Okay, RCE is basically stands for Regional Center of Expertise. Okay, by UN. Okay, UN give this recognition for us to work to look into all these RCE initiatives in our location, which is the Greater Gombak. Okay, through this platform, we have been doing so many work, which we believe aims towards this humanizing of education, at the same time tackling SDGs and also consistent with Maqasid Sharia. Okay, and some of the courses are probably the last part, which is very important. This is a very important initiative in the university, recent initiative in the university. Okay, currently, what we're doing is we have made compulsory for all undergraduate students of IIM to go and do community engagement. Okay, there's a compulsory course for them where they have to go and work with the community. And this is not there in other universities. Okay, only IIM is currently making it compulsory for all the students. Of course, there are challenges, but we have been trying, and alhamdulillah, it was successful. Okay, and these are some of the reason why we believe that universities have been so far. Okay, we have been neglecting our third responsibilities. Okay, not just university should not just for knowledge, teaching or teaching of knowledge, and researching for knowledge, but we are also for the community. Okay, so for so long we have been spending our time sitting at these ivory towers. It's now we believe that this time we are trying to make a calling for all the lecturers, for all the staff of the universities, and also for all the postgraduates. Okay, you guys have graduated from a nice qualification, probably graduate bachelor or probably master, those doing PhDs. Okay, I think this is a calling. Okay, this center would like to make a call for all of you to also join us. Okay, not just sitting there in the library reading books. Okay, but at the same time, probably we have to switch the thinking of our research. Probably, okay, try to show our research so that it can touch the community, touch the those in the neighborhood around the universities, or probably any communities that you can link with. Okay, at least you can test your research or whatever component of knowledge that you're researching on. You can test it with the community. Okay, and the idea is sitting in these ivory towers. Okay, you're generating the knowledge by yourself, only within your own comfort. But when you go to the ground, going to the community, we believe that there's so much we can learn from them as well. Okay, so we are encouraging, the universities are encouraging research which are tuned so that they can be applied to the community, so that they can be generated together with the community, so that they can be conducted together with the community. Okay, so we want to move away from this. At undergraduate level, we make it compulsory for the student to go to the community. And postgraduate level, you guys can probably think on tuning. We don't make it compulsory because there's so very different kind of research, but we believe that there are so many research that can be tuned so that they can relate, or they can be generated together or conducted together with the community. Okay, and so how do we want to achieve this balance? Okay, graduate. Okay, basically we believe that a very important component to create a balanced graduate and staff, or to create this insan sejahtera or balanced graduate, is to have them work together with the community, to get them to experience what the community is feeling, real problems, to see real problems, real people, and try to solve that, or try to experience and try to learn something from them. Okay, so this is what the center is currently doing. Okay, center basically mandated by the universities. Okay, we are handling several courses. Okay, courses to introduce students to sustainable development. Okay, these are 3 stages of the courses. They are linked to each other. You have to do this first one and then followed by the other 2. Okay, firstly, we introduce students to sustainable development. Okay, and through this course, SCSH 1201, we also introduce the student to the Islamic perspective or Islamic view of what sustainable development is. It's not just talking about the SDG by the UN, so talking about like SDG 18. SDG 18 is what we call the spirituality. It's not there in the UN SDG, but in this university, we are trying to push that idea in. Okay, SDG 18, talking about spirituality, very important component to achieve sustainable development. And then we also talk about different perspective from different religions on sustainable development. just trying to make the students aware what sustainable development is about. Okay, what is the state we are currently in? Okay, all this flooding and forest fires and so many disasters, and at the same time we have billionaires who can purchase the entire country, and we have people who lives less than what animal lives. So these are huge issues facing our world today, and it is very important that we open the eyes of our students to this issue. Okay, but unfortunately, this is not for postgraduate students, but we will love it if you guys are interested. If you guys are interested, you can be part of the instructor team. Okay, you can probably tag along or tag with your supervisor and teach this course for the undergraduates. Okay, with this, the university will recognize you, your contribution, teaching the course to undergraduate, and probably give you some experience of teaching. Okay, and then we have 2 other courses. Okay, these are the courses that I mentioned just now, where we ask students to go out. Okay, these are undergraduate students to go out and to do community work. Okay, and we don't want a simple community work like going and cleaning, for example, cleaning the drainage or cleaning toilets. We don't want that. We are looking at a community engagement type projects where you go and you learn problems from the community. We profile the community, look how they live, discuss with them what are their problems, what are the proposed solution. Probably they have some solution, but they cannot execute that solutions. So we have to try to learn everything about the community and then try to map the issue. And finally, we propose what can be done, what can we do to solve that problems. Okay, these are basically, this could be like master or PhD research materials. Actually, if you encounter this could be part of your problem statement finding. If you do this, okay, you can probably get some real problems that can be solved. Okay, it makes your PhD or master research more meaningful, where at the end of your study, not only you get the scroll, you also help to solve a community problem, a real people problem, okay, real problems faced by some communities. Okay, so the courses are 2 stage. Okay, USRA in Action 1, and then you have USRA in Action 2, where after we get to know the community, we get to know what's their problems. Then the next semester, the students will go and execute something. Okay, this execution by the undergraduate students are basically in limited scope because of course they don't have the resources. It's just a 1 semester project. So you can expect the kind of execution by the students. But we expect this project to continue from one batch of students, another batch of students, and another batch of students. Okay, at the end of the day, we hope that through these courses, we can help to solve some of the problems faced by the community. And at the end of the day, one day probably, okay, out of all, like we have hundreds of projects now. Out of all these hundreds of projects, probably there are some projects who are very successful, who can probably be very, very meaningful and learned by so many other people. Okay, so also for these 2 courses, okay, we are looking for the lecturers, we're looking for staff of the university to help with this, to become the supervisor of the student. When they go down to the community, they need probably guidance, they need probably people, an adult to supervise them or help them. Okay, we also open the supervision for USRA in Action 1 and 2 to postgraduate students, those who are interested, those who have networked with communities, and you want undergraduate student to join you. Okay, probably your research also, your research already involve community, and you think that probably you can bring some undergraduate students with you to do your research and help you with solving the community problems, and at the same time help you with your research. helping you doing probably small data collections and etc. One semester work. Okay, you can become an instructor of this Usra in Action. And then the project for this Usra in Action could be your research project. Okay, so we welcome anyone, or if you don't have any community that you know, then you can enroll to become an instructor, and then we will introduce you to a community. Then you can work with students and grad students together to solve communities. Okay, these are opportunity for you to work together with the community, and probably from there you can get some inspiration for your research or for your master or PhD studies to help you. Okay, but it is not compulsory, don't worry. Okay, so these two courses, okay, is a design with 5 fundamental criteria. Okay, it is transdisciplinary. The students are mixed. Okay, you don't get all engineering students in one group. The students are mixed, and even the supervisors are also coming from different discipline. Okay, you can form a team. If you want, for example, you and your friends are interested with supervising UIA. Okay, you are from ICT, your friend probably from law, and then you can team up to become supervisor of one group, no problem. Okay, we encourage transdisciplinary integrated teams. And then balanced, formative, and summative assessment. Okay, the assessment is throughout. We just look at the participation. And then at the end of the day, at the end of the semester, the students have to present something. And then it's community. Okay, it's basically community engaged to solve real problems of the community. And it is action and solution oriented. Okay, we plan an action so that we can solve problems, real problems. Okay, not just problems that we thought in our mind and suddenly want to solve. And at the end of the day, no one used the solution that we propose. Okay, so these courses are action oriented, coming from the problems, real problems of the community. Okay, this is the flow of Usra in Action 1 and Usra in Action 2. I don't think, if you guys are interested to become the instructor, then I will explain all this. These are quite details. Okay, and at the end of the semester, okay, once the student have done the profiling and once the student have execute their projects, okay, they gather all these projects gathered together at our ICC, the big hall, where all the students showcase what they've been doing for the community. Okay, and this day we celebrate what the students have been doing. Okay, if you guys become an instructor, you could be part of this as well. Okay, it's like a mini conference or mini exhibitions where you'll get medals for silver, bronze, gold, or silver, bronze, silver, or gold medals. Okay, it could be part of your achievement if you're interested to like buff up your CV. Okay, I've been doing this community work and I get this gold medal or silver medal, etc., for that project. So this is the platform that we have at the end of the Usra in Action. Okay, and these are many of the projects that we have done. We mapped it using Google Map tools. We mapped all the projects that we have done. We've covered mostly in the middle. Okay, we are trying to expand. Okay, the Usra in Action just 1 year old. Okay, and we have so many projects and so many locations that have been covered. Okay, and also been recognized internationally by the UN Green Gun Awards, and we believe that it'll be recognized even more after this. Okay, because doing good to people, okay, naturally, eventually you'll get recognized. Okay, but this is not the goal. The goal is basically to help and to solve real problems. Okay, that's what university have to do. Okay, so probably my last slide. I've been talking too long. Probably open up for question after this. Okay, I'd like to invite, if I've mentioned several times, okay, let's be part. If you're interested, you can be part of IIM Sejahtera. Okay, while doing your research, while doing your master studies, you can be part of us. Okay, you can become instructors for our courses. Okay, the sustainable development courses, or probably UIA supervisors, UIA project supervisors, and with this you'll be getting recognition from the university, and also it could be counted as your experience, working experience, teaching courses or supervising projects. Okay, and then you can also get this opportunity to present whatever project that you do, these short projects to UIA that you do, through a symposium, through a annually, oh no, biannually exhibition or symposium, and get medals, get achievement through that. Yeah, and you can also take part on in community engagement activities that we've been doing. And probably also, you can also start your Sejahtera initiatives, your own Sejahtera initiatives, and talk to us, and then we'll try to support you as much as we can, inshallah. Okay, if you're interested, email Sejahtera IIM or contact Dr. Wan. Sorry, Amal, I see Alam already there. So yeah, I stop here. Thank you so much, everybody. Sorry for taking too much time. I don't know how long I was given, so I just stopped. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. I hope you all found Dr. Yasir bin Muhammad Mustafa's sessions informative and insightful. Now let's open for the Q&A session, where you can ask any questions related to this topic. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have by typing them in the chat box, or you can just unmute yourself and directly interact with our honorable doctor. So I think I already got one question in the chat box, Doctor. If you allow me, maybe I can read. Okay, Fatima Johura. Okay, she mentioned, as a new PG students, how can we get involved as an instructor? Doctor, you were muting. Just
yeah,
please.
sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your interest. Okay, I believe I don't want to guarantee, but I believe that the experience that you'll get from becoming instructor will, inshallah, be rewarding. Okay, apart from all the certificates, all the recognition that you'll get. So to become instructor, there's no restriction. If you're international students, even if you're locals, you are welcome to join us. You can be part of IIM Sejahtera, be instructors for the courses that we have. Teaching undergraduate student. If you're interested, just email this. Just email sejahtera@iium, telling us what's your interest, and we'll try to contact you back, and we can have a discussion to see how you can join us, inshallah. But thank you for the interest.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. I believe our sister already got the answer.
Yes, yes. Another question I saw here.
Yeah.
There will be training for the instructors. If you want to be instructors, you want to be like supervisors for projects, we will give you training. We will give you some TOT before you become one, inshallah.
Okay, then there is one more question. From where we can learn the detail of this course, like credit hours, syllabus, etc.
Sorry.
One of our sisters, Rukaya Azhari, she asked from where we can learn the detail of this course, like credit hours, syllabus, etc.
Okay, this course is for undergraduate. If you are interested to become the trainer, or if you're interested to know about the course, just email us. Just email Sejahtera IIM, and we'll give you all the information. Probably from that information, then you can make up your mind whether you want to join to become instructor or not.
Okay. Okay, doctor, I got one more questions from Safiullah. He asked, what are the challenges faced in implementing Sejahtera in higher education institutions?
Okay, so yeah, there are many challenges, okay, because making changes is very difficult. People are comfortable basically staying how they are. Making changes is very difficult. But yeah, probably some of the challenges because of the current education landscape. The current education landscape we've been talking about ranking of institutions. We've been talking about credit hours, grades. These are always things that students ask. Okay, why do I have to go to committee? Why do I have to go down to committee? I just want to be a lawyer. Okay, but we believe that Well, I just want to be engineer. I'm worried that lawyer will get mad at me. I just want to be a programmer. So many, right? The student complains about all this. They ask, why do you have to go to the community, for example? But again, when you make it compulsory, at the end of the day, students have to do it. And we have so many experience where students at the beginning, they are very reluctant to go and work with the community. And at the end of the courses, the two UIA projects courses, and their feedbacks changes. Yeah, they basically they say they have good experience. They learn so many things from the community. They learn so many things from working together with their friends in the projects and so many things. So I don't know. The hardest things to create changes for this Sejahtera is basically to get people to accept changes. So yeah, that's what we have to overcome. Yeah, but very complex issue.
Okay.
But thank you for the question. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the answer, dear doctor. Okay, I got another questions from Faiz Nakib. He asked, how does Sejahtera framework help in promoting students' welfare?
Okay, the idea, right, from the Sejahtera framework, okay, you can look at the Sejahtera framework. That's basically an agreement that the university have, or the commitment that the university have towards you. So if you think that the thing that you want to introduce align with Sejahtera framework, you can make that as your point. Basically, at the end of the day, you have to know how to negotiate. You have to know how to talk. Okay, Sejahtera framework could be your point. It's a very strong point to support your cause or whatever things that you want to do, as long as it is good and aligned with all these Sejahtera things. Okay, but don't make it like to get you so that you can copy or plagiarize in thesis. Though no, that's not acceptable. That's not Sejahtera. So things that are good, we will accept it, and you can use that framework as your backup document, telling you that this is what you have agreed. This is our agreement, Sejahtera framework. Okay, and we want this. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear doctor, for the answer. So we have one more questions from Aini Muhammad Rudin. The question is like, what is exactly instructor job scope?
Yeah, there's a question before that as well. Probably I can answer both. Okay, these courses are offered every semester. So the opportunity to become instructor, to become a supervisor for UIA projects open every semester. You can request to become one every semester. Anytime you can just email to Sejahtera IIUM. And the job scope is basically for the sustainable development. It's like a lecture. It's a 10-week lecture where you basically deliver talking about sustainable development, talking about maqasid al-sharia, because we are talking to first-year students. These are students who are new to this. So basically, the idea is to just give some awareness through the course about SDG, about maqasid, about the perspective of religion on sustainable development. It's like a lecture job. And then for the supervisor task is basically you become a supervisor where students plan their engagement initiatives. When students go to the community, you could probably join them and probably help them to plan, make sure that they are doing safe and proper community engagement. But we'll give you training before that. And then at the end of the day, for both sustainable development course and UIA course, your main responsibility is to give grades for the students.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. So I would like to ask our dear participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself, because we are running out of time. Maybe we can take on or max 2 more questions. So if you really want to ask anything, just unmute yourself and ask the questions. So if you don't have, I have one more questions from brother Ibrahim. So okay, he asking like, can you share any successful implementation of Sejahtera in the past? Any example? Any successful implementation of Sejahtera in the past?
Implementation of Sejahtera is not Sejahtera is basically the value that we want to create, or the value that we want to instill into students. So it is we basically the idea of implementing or instilling Sejahtera currently, some of the initiative that we push for is getting students to get to know communities, or getting them to get some experience with the communities, engage with the communities, and then at the same time we talk about all these arising issues like sustainable development, and we believe Maqasid Syariah, the learning pillars of UN. We talk about all this, and we instill all these values, or all this agenda in the research and in this in the teachings of other courses as well. So these are initiatives then. I would not say they are successful yet, because we just started only several years. But those are some of the initiatives. You are muted, Alam.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Doctor. I think we are running out of time. If you allow, maybe we can take on questions. Otherwise, maybe we can just end the session. It's almost 3:30. So, dear brothers and sisters, do you have any questions? You just unmute yourself, because this topic is okay. I have one. Are PG students get paid for joining Sejahtera instructor, or is it volunteer job? From Safia Nishari.
For the sorry, for the UIA supervision, it is volunteer, but you get paid at the end. Once you finish the symposium, then there will be some token. This token can be used in many ways, because when you do community engagement, you spend a lot of money. So you get some like token at the end to cover your expenditures during the community engagement. Okay, currently there is no preset payment for the supervisor. But if you become the instructors, yeah, there is a part-time teaching honorarium for the part-timers to teach courses for the sustainable development course. It's to credit our course.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, dear doctor. I think we are running out of time, and thank you once again, Dr. Yasir bin Muhammad Mustafa, for sharing your insights with us. I believe our participants will greatly benefit from this session. It was really engaging. The students were engaged from their heart, even because Sejahtera is, we keep just in IUM everywhere is Sejahtera. We really sometimes we really didn't know what it's where this Sejahtera came from.
It's quite confusing. Now, sometimes
it's like eye-opening session for us. Maybe later on we can add this. I mean, some of the point from your sharings today. And thank you very much for your insightful sharing.
Thank you
for your knowledge. Inshallah, we believe in our coming any events from PGSS or CPS, we'll have you.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum assalam, dear doctor. Okay. 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 I think our participant also, they highly appreciate it. Thanks to doctor, even from the participants. Our chat box is already flooded with so many appreciation messages. Thank you very much. So may I ask our next speaker, Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail, already in? Our Deputy Rector of IIUM, Professor Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail. He will be the speaker from our next session. So is he already in? Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, let's share. Okay, what I told earlier, our next speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail, will be discussing Sajatra academic framework as the landscape of teaching, learning, and research in IOEM. To gain a deeper understanding of the topic, here are, just I can give you the same thing, same instruction. It's not the instruction that, I mean, the session will be, we are following the same pace of the session. I mean, immediately now our honorable deputy rector, he will share, and after this we have the Q&A session. And one more thing, our deputy rector will be the last speaker, and he will also be our closing remarks speaker also, because with his speech we are going to conclude our just 4 days long virtual Taruf week. So be ready for that, inshallah. Then this session will going to be a very massive, and it will, and I believe including me and all our participants, looking forward to hearing from our dear doctor. So doctor, without further ado, I am wanted to invite Professor Dr. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail to take the virtual stage and share his expertise with us. Doctor, from now and onwards, the stage is yours, please. Our few participants, they were asking about the attendance link. We already shared the attendance link. Please you can just scroll it. You will get it. If you don't get it, no problem. Our team is always ready to help you on it. Okay, no worries. Just let us know. We will be there for you. Okay, doctor, let me settle that issue. I think still you can't. Yes, Mustafa, let me make you the host. Dr. Smile, I believe you can now. Can you try? Hmm?
Doctor is there.
Yeah, doctor is there. Doctor, can you just, I mean, update us whether can you unmute yourself or not? Because we are co-host, but we cannot. Oh, unmute themselves maybe. Okay. Doctor, now I think we already lifted at the barrier. You can just unmute yourself. Is he already here?
Is he here?
He was before.
Oh, I think he left.
Okay, dear participants, I think our doctor, he was encountering few problems. So just wait for a while. We are trying to fix that issue, and hopefully it will be fixed very soon. While he is joining, so I just want to remind all of you, those who already registered successfully for the Friday outing program, I mean tomorrow's program. So please be ready on time. We're gonna depart from the IUM Gombak campus in front of the rector building around 8. Don't be late, and that program will be very massive, and it will be very exciting one also. We all will be there, and it will be a face-to-face meeting with all of you, because last 3 days we had so many engagement on the virtually, but it's time to get some feedback from you in the physical event. Okay, I think I can continue. Huh? Okay, we are trying to fix that issue. Just we apologize for this inconvenience. Okay, I have registered to join last Monday. I need to cancel it. I mean, why you want to cancel it? Are you not planning to join with us? Sorry, though it's direct message. Can you just explain me if you want to? Okay, I got cough and fever yesterday. Okay, if you still have the real reasons for not not to going for that, because of as I told you earlier, we can accommodate only 50 students. So those who already registered successfully, we already secured your place over there. So if you cannot make it happen, so just let us know, so that we can give chance to others. And those who cannot register, still trying to register, just contact with us if we have any chance. So we will try to let in our group, I mean that outing group. I believe. Do you need any metric number? Okay, for the new students we need the metric number. I mean, if you register, I believe you already provide your metric number. So if you, how to get confirmation that our registration successful? Okay, that means if you already submitted your form by pressing the submitted button, that means it's already registered. So I think by today we're gonna send you the successful email. Yeah, on your email we're gonna send you that message, and with the instruction.
Those who receive the email only.
Yeah, those who receive that successful email, that means you register successfully. I believe those who already registered, they everyone will get that email. I registered but didn't receive email. Am I going? Yeah, if you registered and didn't receive email, that's not issue. We didn't send the email yet, so we're gonna send it soon, maybe after that session, but obviously by tonight. So hopefully you will get that everything over there. Yeah, this afternoon already we got the reply from our honorable advisor. We're gonna send the confirmation email after this session, actually this afternoon. Okay. No. Okay. I just got to know, our honorable speaker, the deputy rector. He is encountering some problems, so that's why it's been late. So hopefully it will be solved soon, and we're going to start accordingly. And okay, before starting, I believe I already answered all the questions related to this tomorrow's outing. If you still have any questions, you can just unmute yourself and ask me directly, or you can write over there. No problem. As I mentioned earlier, we're gonna send the confirmation email after this. After the session is completed, finished. Maybe it will be in the afternoon. So those who already successfully registered, so hopefully I'm expecting all of them to be there, and it's really it will be a massive program, and it's mostly we will just get to chance to meet each other. Maybe we can share something in between us, and even experience something in the Kuala Lumpur. How about the attire for tomorrow's morning? Okay, the attire will be the casual. I believe there is if anything specific, we will just update you on the email, but so far I know it will be casual one, but obviously it should be the decent for the male and female both. Try to wear the shirts with pants, not too much western. I registered it tomorrow and I didn't receive any emails. It's okay. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't yet send any confirmation email, so we're gonna send it this afternoon. If you registered tomorrow, yesterday, hopefully you will receive it today. Is it possible to join all of you in one of the destination by our own vehicle, since I have other work to do in the morning? Yes, sister, can. I think there is no issue, but just try to contact with us, because you need to get the locations and others where we are. Yeah, you can, and you are most welcome, but please let us know, because there will be food also, so that we can prepare accordingly. Okay, is there anything you just want to know? And thank you, brother. Okay. Okay, may I know, is there anyone who already traveled to Malaysia and already in the IAUM? Is there anyone? If there is, please unmute yourself. Maybe we're gonna have some chit chat. Is there anyone? Oh, brother Irfan Ali Tanvi. Yeah, brother, you can just unmute yourself and let us know in which mohalla you are staying or where you are staying, and how is your experience till now. I think you can. Okay. And asked to unmute. Oh, cannot unmute.
Okay, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Yeah.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Jazakumullah khairan. Well, I'm staying at Mahalla Ruqayya, and it's a beautiful mahalla, although that was meant for females. But as usual, we males have done the zulm of occupying a female territory. But nonetheless, it's one of the most cleanest mahalla which I've seen in my life. Mind you, I have an old-time IIUmian. This is my 18th year here. But alhamdulillah, since 2005, I must say this was the most cleanest and the most tidiest of all the mahallas I've seen. If that's what anything else you want to ask, please let me know.
Okay, mashallah. So you were an alumni of IIUM, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's nice. We just usually call, if we any of our friends who is staying in the Ruqayya, so they are actually rich people all staying in Ruqayya, because Ruqayya is the only mohalla who has the air condition inside the room, and that's the thing. So you are rich.
Well, reminds me, brother, of somebody who told Mahatma Gandhi that he is a very rich man because he is traveling in a very first class railway. And his response was, yes, I am, but it's all on charity money, on sadaqat and zakat. So it reminds me of that. No
Okay.
doubt that I've been accommodated there, but it's not my money, so I'm not rich.
Okay. Thank you very much, brother. Inshallah, hope to see you tomorrow.
Sure, I hope I get an email confirmation. You'll see me tomorrow.
Yes,
Sure.
certainly we'll get it, inshallah.
Yeah. All right, bro. Thank you.
Okay, Sister. Okay, Sister Fatima Zahura, you unmuted. Please share.
Yes, I actually came to this university last Friday,
Okay,
and I'm also staying in Mahalla Rukaya.
the rich people.
I wouldn't say that, but anyway, it's been a wonderful experience so far. Although I did face a little bit of, a few problems towards the beginning on the first day, but since then it's been great.
Okay, mashallah. In which country are you from, sister?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Oh, Bangladesh.
Yes.
That's nice. I'm from Bangladesh too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, inshallah. Are you joining tomorrow?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to. I'm kind of a little under the weather.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be able to join tomorrow.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. We'll have so many programs, but still, if you want, just let us know, because
Sure.
that tomorrow session will be, it's more about not so much formal. It will be informal, like maybe the IAUM, they will provide us the transportations. We'll just go and stay. I think three places we're going to visit and then come back immediately after. It's okay. Okay, thank you very much, Sister Fatima Zahura. Hope to see you, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. Okay, is there anyone who wants to share? Okay, I got one message who said, like, I stay in KL, Shujon Tawhid. Brother, can you unmute yourself? Shujon Tawhid. In which place are you staying? Because KL is, it's a very big place. Okay. Okay, is there any other who wants to share something? Maybe not in Malaysia, even outside. We are planning to travel as soon as possible time. Is there anyone? Okay, if fun, brother. Okay, brother, you want to say something? Just unmute yourself. Okay, brother Irfan, you are raising your hand. You can unmute yourself. Just I already. Brother Murad Obaye, thanks for everything. I am in Palestine. Okay, mashallah. Oh, unable to unmute. Why it happened? Okay, let me just check it. Okay, now try, please.
Yes, brother Sheikh. Assalamu alaikum. Really sorry for disturbing you,
No,
being
it's
you
okay.
and time and again. I'd just like to the audience to know that I am your brother, your big brother Habang, all right, who's big in size and big in age in both cases, and has 18 years of research experience here at the IIUM and 10 years outside of IIUM. So I would just like to say, is there any brother and sister who needs any assistance whatsoever in research, fi sabilillah, I mean to say, in the name of Allah, free of charge, I am available to offer them services in terms of consultancy and advice and choosing the topic, and also even review and proofreading of their thesis or their proposal. I have a lot of experience and I'm an established author. Alhamdulillah, this time around when I came, although still I'm a student, but the IUM has approved 12 of my 45 books to be there in the library. So if you type my name, you will find me in the library as well, inshallah. But is there anything, I'm here at Carol Room number 4.33, C 4.33. I've rented it for a whole month, and I will be here until the 19th of March. So grab me when you can. That's it. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you very much, brother Irfan. So I think it's a great opportunity for all of us. So brother already declared, like, if you need any kind of help in terms of so many things he mentioned, just feel free to contact with brother Irfan. So tomorrow, even tomorrow morning, he's going to join with us. Those planning to join, I think we will get a chance to meet with this honorable brother. And on more information, he mentioned, like, he will be available for the whole month until 19 in the Carol Room, is IAUM library, level 4. So for the new students, IAUM have a very rich library and very good library, and the facilities are really amazing. So for PhD students and master's students, the postgraduate students, you can able to take the Carol Room. The Carol Room is the room where they will give you at least for 3 days and max for 15 days. And you can even take a rent. So there are 2 types of service. You can take a rent, or there is full free. The full free is depend on the availability, and rent, and you can take rent, and that's even cheaper, like maybe per day 2 ringgit. So hopefully you guys can take this opportunity. Thank you very much once again, brother Irfan. Okay, sister Safiya Shahari, she asked, I want to ask about tomorrow trip. Are all registered students able to join the trip, or only those who receive the confirmation? Okay, if you registered for the trip, because we sent the separate Google form for this particular outing for the trip purpose. If you registered over there, definitely you're gonna receive that confirmation email. If you don't receive yet, just let us know. We'll try to take care of these issues, inshallah. If you still have chance, you have chance, obviously, if you register. I can't unmute. I'm from BD. Okay, brother Shujan Tawhid. Thank you very much, brother. You can unmute, but it's okay, no problem. If you join tomorrow, we're gonna meet, inshallah. I'm Priscilla from Nigeria, planning to travel soon, waiting for my visa. Okay, sister Priscilla, we are wishing you best of luck. If you need any kind of help in terms of getting visa or any kind of information, if you need, just feel free to contact with us. I believe you guys already are in our WhatsApp group. So that WhatsApp group, you just contact with us, and we'll try to help you in any regards. There is no issues. We are always for you guys, inshallah. Okay. Brother Irfan, you already type a very big message. Please take reference from there. I have Rukayaz. I have question. Do PGSS organize regular or any occasional gathering among PG students? Yes, PGSS is like the Postgraduate Student Society, and this society is working throughout the year, and we have so many programs, offline, online. It's depend on that, like which program, priority basis. But yeah, we have some gathering programs too. In coming Ramadan, we are planning to have this kind of program. So for the PG students, and we will update you on it. Yeah, and apart from this, we frequently arrange so many seminars, online webinar, and physical, offline and online program. So we frequently arrange those kind of things. So okay, I think our okay. There's so many messages. If I miss, link of WhatsApp group, please. I think, brother, we already shared the brother Faiz. Someone asked the WhatsApp group link. Yeah, we have the WhatsApp group for, even we have the WhatsApp group for each kulliyah, but for that, in order to, get into that group, you just need to contact with your supervisor, not supervisor, the kulliyah representative. Okay, Alhamdulillah, finally, our Honorable Deputy Director Ahmed Faiz Ismail, he successfully joined with us. Doctor, we all are waiting for you. I think from now on onwards, the floor is yours. You just blessed it, Doctor.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, completely.
All right. So sorry, because suddenly, I mean, the, what you call it, power was blackout for the whole community here. So at that point, I was reflecting, wow, what will happen to our life if there is no electricity, yeah, and there is no connection? Not only power is off, but also my 4G Celcom also is off. So
It's happened. It's all about the technical issues, and
That's
our
right.
participants, they are really understandable. We had the, I mean, some engagement session in absence of you.
okay, so can you see my slide?
Yeah, Doctor, we can see.
All right. Okay, yeah, you can see.
Yeah, we see.
All right, good. Okay, let me see. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me, of course, begin with praising Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, la hawla wa la quwata illa billahil aliyil azim. Brother Alamnya, and of course the participants of this postgraduate Ta'aruf Week for this semester to 2022-2023. I guess we praise Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for allowing us to have this program. Again, I would like to apologize for everybody. I was about to start and then suddenly the power went off. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. We can plan, but I mean, he's beyond us. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala forgive us and make our affairs easy, inshallah. I guess on behalf of the university, the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, I would like to welcome all my students, brothers and sisters. And I think especially now you are embarking on a new journey, continuing your study to postgraduate education. And as you can see, or as you will discover, postgraduate educations are very much different from undergraduate education. So much so if you are doing a PhD. PhD is another different, not only mindset, but different environment, different approaches, different objectives, different goals. And then of course, similarly, if you doing master also. So let me maybe within this half an hour, share with you maybe some of my experiences as well as maybe advice to you as my younger brothers, if not my sons and daughters. Let me start by putting this piece of news. I think as all of us know, last week, exactly last week, a week ago, last Thursday, 23rd of February at 2:27 in the morning, I guess we lost Allah Yarham Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan. He, of course, I would say that he is the father and the mother of our university, because he is the one person that was requested as well as he wrote the original concept paper for the establishment of our university back in the year 1982. And as of you know, our university was established in the year 1983, and we are celebrating 40th anniversary this year. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive him and accept and bless all his good deeds, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put him in the highest paradise, inshallah. And I guess we should be very grateful and thankful to him. I mean, because I think with his efforts, then I think this university was established, and he also served as the third rector of our university. So and many of the things that coming in my slides when we are going to talk about the vision and mission of the university, many of those statements are being prepared and written by him. And as a matter of fact, if you are familiar with the IUM song, even the lyrics for the IUM song also, I mean, was written by Almarhum Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him and his efforts. But one thing that is, I guess, relevant to our session this afternoon is, since all of you are now the postgraduate students of IUM, I would like to urge you to take this opportunity, your time that you are spending with IUM, to really engage, to really, interact, as well as to have a good intellectual discourse with all the scholars and professors that are around you in the university. At our university, I suppose, you have different scholars, different well-renowned professors in different kuliahs. So I guess this is a very important opportunity, for you to interact, to learn, and also to take them as mentor and examples as you progress in your career. At least that is what I did when I was doing my PhD. I learned a lot from my supervisor, not only from my supervisor, but also from all other professors in the department and also in the university. And as we are going to be discussing about Sejahtera academic framework, one of the important element is innovation. One of the meaning that we are talking about how can we together, professors and students, work together to move forward the knowledge, especially at the postgraduate level. So I start with this verse from the Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verses number 2. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Wa ta'awanu 'alal birri wat taqwa wa la ta'awanu 'alal ithmi wal 'udwan wattaqullaha innallaha syadidul 'iqab. That Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala has commanded us to cooperate, work together in righteousness and piety, and do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And wattaqullah, fear Allah, indeed Allah is severe in penalty. And if you also read the first two verses from Surah Al-Baqarah, Alif Lam Mim, Dzalikal Kitabu La Raiba Fihi Hudal Lil Muttaqin. Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala says that Alif Lam Mim, indeed this book is the Al-Huda Lil Muttaqin, the guidance to the Muttaqin. I would say that being an international Islamic university, one of the central point is to fulfill this mission of Al-Huda Lil Muttaqin. How to guide guide people or guide us to become muttaqin. As a matter of fact, I just want to share with you, as you know, last year, in the year 2022, for the first time in the history of IUM, we conducted 3 convocations in March, August, as well as in November. And being the chairman of the ceremony, I, alhamdulillah, happened to meet many parents who attended the ceremony, who celebrated the achievements of their sons and daughters. And what struck me, or what amazed me, I mean, subhanallah, is when some parents are saying that they are sending many of their children. Some are sending 3, 4 of their children to this university. In one session, we had one family, 3 of their children graduated in the same session. And then, of course, we also met parents, not only from Malaysia, from abroad. So one of the things that I would like to understand is why, I mean, parents are sending children to this university, and that's why maybe relate to you as students or new students, new postgraduate students to the university. Of course, there are so many reasons, but I would say that one of the common reasons is the fact that I think the parents would like to have the best for their children. And as a Muslims, I guess they would like their children not only to be successful in this world as medical doctor, as engineer, as economist, as lawyer, architect, scientist, computer scientist, whatever. Not only as a professional, but also they would also have their children to be successful also in the akhirah, in the hereafter. I guess this is, I think, the mission. As you will see, the mission, a mission of the integration of knowledge and also the Islamization of knowledge that we have been doing, as well as the mission of becoming, I mean, Khalifah, to become the Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all the world. So I guess that is the central point. So I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, if I ask some of you why you choose IIUM, I think I will receive maybe many interesting comments. Maybe we receive many interesting answer. Okay, so with this, this is a spirit that I'm bringing to you. You are now as postgraduate students, masters and PhD. We expect you to really, I mean, discover knowledge and I mean, based on my experience teaching at this university for more than 30 years now, and then of course before that I was also PhD student. I guess as a professors, as a lecturer, I think we learn a lot from students. And one of the things that I learned from the American system, because I got my PhD from US, that they say that a student will not complete a PhD until and unless the professor or the supervisor or others learn something new from him. So I think that is the yardstick. You know, the yardstick is, I mean, the PhD student must come up with original work, something new, positive contributions to the field, okay, which even the supervisor also do not know about it. So that is the yardstick that they put, meaning that you must advance the knowledge. You cannot just come to your supervisor telling him what he knows. You must tell him something that is beyond, I mean, the current results or beyond the current knowledge. I guess that is a challenge of a PhD. Maybe masters would require a lower expectations. I mean, maybe it is just to demonstrate the ability to do research or independent research on their own. Okay, but PhD, I think we do require our students to do original work, positive contributions to the field. So in this aspect, I would say that the students must work very closely with the supervisor in your journey, talk to each other, cooperate and collaborate, so that I think we can move together. But I hope also that the research now we are talking about at our university, responsible research and innovation, meaning that research not for just the sake of publishing papers or books, but the results or the findings that we get, should also contribute to solve some of the humanity problems. Okay, so that one also, I think I can give you some examples later on. Okay, so I think by now, I know that some of you also did undergraduate students with us. You are new to RUM. Maybe I will just take a few minutes just to refresh our mind on the vision of our university. We're talking about, so again, referring to the late almarhum Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan, I think this all this vision, he crafted it, he wrote it, and these are his words. So we're talking about inspired by the worldview of Tawheed and Islamic philosophy of unity of knowledge. I think that is a very, what you call it, very meaningful, as well as has a very significant philosophy there. So this university is based on this philosophy, Tawheed and Islamic Tawheedic, and as well as Islamic philosophy of unity of knowledge, as well as its concept of holistic education. As you will see in the next slide, when we talk about the mission, you will see a lot of integration, a lot of holistic. Then the university aims at becoming a leading international center of excellence in education, research, and innovation. So that part, I think that part is relevant to postgraduate student when we're talking about education, research, and innovation, which seeks to restore the dynamic and progressive role of the Ummah. Mind you that this vision statement was crafted back in maybe 1995 when we had our strategic planning session in Seremban. Okay, where at that time, I guess, fortunate or unfortunate, I think we are now living in the American era. Okay, even though if you look at the history of Islam, when was first revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam until today is about 1,400 plus years. In this 1,400 plus years, I think half of this time the world was governed by the Muslims. Half of the time, 700 or 800 times, until I think mostly until the World War I. But now I think we are living in the mostly American or European dominated era. But because this is, I think, the promise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that even the ummah or the people also have their ajal time, prescribed time. So there is the change of civilization, so on and so forth. But at the time, I think the Muslim was taking back seat. So that's why I think one of our mission is to bring back this progressive role of the Ummah, okay, through the integration of knowledge, okay, and of course at the end we say that hopefully this, we can contribute to the betterment of the human life and civilization. So with that, we have these 7 missions. Just quickly, maybe some of these are really, will be related to your research project that you are doing. Okay, like for example, we're talking about integrating Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences in a positive manner. So I think we have to make sure that our research had this component. But what is more important is mission number 2, where we would like to produce quality intellectuals, professional scholars, by integrating the qualities of faith iman, knowledge, and good character. Okay, so that is the first thing. So meaning that we would like to produce you, PG student, becoming scholars, intellectuals, professionals that integrate these qualities, iman and akhlaq. But more important is they should serve as agents of comprehensive and balanced progress. This is what we're talking about, agents of change. We would like our graduates to become future leaders. I'm very happy to see all of you. I'm very sure that you are the future leaders of the Ummah. And of course, we're talking about to make sure that we have sustainable development, not only in Malaysia, but also in the Muslim world. So on this note, I would like to say that we are quite happy, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, since we are celebrating 40th anniversary this year. We have been contributing to the development of the Ummah in so many ways for the last 40 years. I can maybe cite a few. For example, during the Bosnian War, as you know, I think many of their students were sent to Malaysia and got the education at our university. And Alhamdulillah, after the war, many of them went back and built the country. Many of them now are holding very important positions, either at the university or with their government. So, and also we recently, I met the ambassador of Somalia in Malaysia, where he mentioned to me that in Somalia right now, the Prime Minister is IIM alumni. Not only the Prime Minister, 6 of his cabinet ministers are also IIM alumni. So I think that one also, I think many are happy. And of course, I think if you go to Maldives also, our IIM alumni are doing very, very well, different posts. And of course, since day one, our university has been trying to educate Muslims in Muslims minority. Okay, like for example, in southern Philippines, southern Thailand, Sri Lanka, so on and so forth. And of course, I think, and many other countries, I mean, Indonesia, some countries in Africa, so on and so forth. And of course, not to forget Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, I think in the latest cabinet, of course, the Prime Minister is our former president. And then in his cabinet, at least 4 of the cabinet ministers are former IIM, IIM alumni. And there are many officers in the government working with at the ministry or at other company are also our alumni. Alhamdulillah, I think, and so we hope that you will carry this mission of contributing positively for the development of Malaysia and also the Muslim world. So for that matter, I will say that mission number 3 is very important. I mean, when we're talking about Islamization of ethics. So maybe because this is one chance that I have to address all of you. One of the issues that we have been talking about is academic honesty. Okay, so I hope that's why I have been reiterating the point that PhD work must be original. Okay, of course, master's work also must be original. And for that matter, we also expect that all our undergraduate students also will be submitting the original, assignment or projects. So this is where I think it's very important that, we would like to maintain that standard of the original positive contribution, as well as I think we would like to maintain the academic integrity as well as academic honesty at our university. So that's why I think item number 4, we're talking about we would like to imbue Islamic moral, spiritual values in the process of learning, teaching, research, consultancy, publication, okay, and administration as well as in the student life. So it's a holistic paradigm. Okay, so let me fast forward to item number 6, where we're talking about intercultural understanding and foster civilizational dialogue in Malaysia. These also, I mean, if you look at the Malaysian community setting, I mean, we have, of course, Muslims majority, but we also have other religion and other races in Malaysia. That's why we thought that one of the missions of the university, I mean, should also include this intercultural understanding, foster civilization and dialogues. We need to understand each other, and also we need to cooperate and become tolerant, and contributing to the universal values of the human being. Okay, and of course, you are now, I think, all of you doing postgraduate education. You are now, of course, executing mission number 7, lifelong learning. So I hope that, based on my experience and my colleagues' experience, normally when you get your PhD, normally instead of you claim that you are the scholar, and in actual fact, you discover that you become less, and you suddenly discover that you have so little knowledge compared to the vast knowledge that they are out there. Okay, I mean, but knowledge belongs to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So that's why lifelong learning is very, very important, especially nowadays when we're talking about knowledge is very dynamic. Okay, especially in some fields of knowledge, like ICT, computer science. Okay, where things changing very, very rapidly right now. Now everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, where you have ChatGPT and so on and so forth. Okay, so these technology, there is no harm in technology, but we need to know how to use the technology, how the technology should be useful for us. So I think that is a challenge, and I hope that we will work together on this. Okay, this is just the summary of the 7 mission. I think I can skip this one. Okay, so with this, then we have this humanizing education mission, where we're talking about education with soul, loaded with values and wisdom. It is about nurturing a person first, a professional second. So that is, as you can see, we have one of our high impact initiatives is Sejahtera Academic Framework toward mercy to all. But as you can see from this roadmap, humanizing education is our strategic strategic direction, but it will require the Sejahtera Academic Framework as well as Insan Sejahtera through spirituality and values-driven education, as well as beautifying garden knowledge of virtue and nurturing Budiman for institutional sustainability, and it is supported by leadership, knowledge connectivity, sustainable world, as well as equitable prosperity. This is just okay. So let me go direct to the high impact initiative called the Sejahtera Academic Framework and how you should relate to this. So first, we are talking about international, cultural, and experiential learning. Okay, so international emphasize on values-based and also experiential education of international standard, especially so when we are talking about postgraduate education, where we want you to interact with your supervisors and mentors to get the most international or experiential learning. Okay, experiential learning. You see line number 3 there. Experiential learning refers to the whole educational experiences that the students get throughout formal, informal, and non-formal situations, including tacit knowledge. So tacit knowledge is knowledge that you do not get from textbook. knowledge that you do not get by reading, but normally knowledge that you get by experience, by interacting with people. This is related to the wisdom that we are talking about. Okay, and the last bullet that is very important for you, we are talking about co-creation of knowledge. Okay, so for PG students, masters and PhD, especially who are doing by research, we need to really work together to co-create the knowledge, to advance the knowledge that are useful for the society, to solve the problem of the society. Okay, I would like to share with you one of the latest survey done among the industries, amongst the employers. So when questions asked to the industries and to the employers, what are the skills, what are the competencies required, especially now after the pandemic. So to our not to our surprise, but most of them put number one is problem solving skills, and then after that communication skills, and then number three is thinking skills, and then of course later on then come the teamwork, blah blah blah. So meaning to say that I would that's why I mean apart from you concentrating yourself on your subject matter, you also need as a side product of this, I mean you need to develop these skills. I mean the problem solving skills, meaning that I guess the toughest part of problem solving skills is to identify problems. So that's why in research, problem statement is one of the first steps. I mean, you need to identify the problem statement, because this is very important in problem solving skills. Okay, and not only that, I mean, you need also to apply some methodology in solving problems, take into account all the data that are available, as well as looking at limitations, constraints, scope, and all of these things, okay, to solve the problem, so that you really go and solving the problem. Because I mean, with all due respect, I think most of the politicians normally they make statement, but they cannot solve problems. Okay, because I mean, of course, it's more like political statement. Okay, but normally I think as a students, this is one of the things that I think we need to identify problems, and then after that employ the correct methodology, get good results, and then after that trying to come up with findings, recommendations, so that we are going to solve the real problem. So, and of course other things like communication skill. I mean, I advise all of you, I think if there are opportunities for you to present your work in seminar or in conferences, or for that matter in your research groups, or even for that matter, you can argue and debate with your supervisor, because this will really enrich you. This will enrich you. This will really improve your communication skills, how you present your work, how you articulate your findings, how you defend your results. You know? So I think this is very, very important. And of course, I mentioned teamwork also. Teamwork is some projects we do it in team, not only project, but especially in your postgraduate journey. Many of the time you need support system. So some people that will encourage you to move on, to go on, to shoulder on your project. That's why you need a good teamwork, supporting each other, motivating each other, reminding each other, helping each other. Again, we go to the verse of the Quran, wa ta'awanu al birri wa taqwa. So I think this is very important. Okay, so in a nutshell, our Sejahtera academic framework is talking about the core values and the vision and mission of the university. And the new part is we include the current and the future agenda while demanding each and every one of us, including the students, to reflect on our roles and responsibilities to move the university to the future. Okay, so maybe I will try to wrap everything in 5 minutes time. So this is the overall framework. Okay, so as you can see, we go back to the humanizing education part. Okay, and then you have the Maqasid Syariah there at the top, supported by the vision and mission of the university. Okay, and then of course, what is important here is to provide a holistic ecosystem for the students to be successful. Okay, so of course you have the formal education, informal education. I would say that for postgraduate students, the role of the supervisors are very important. The role of the departments, if you are dealing with library or laboratory, or maybe for that matter, your research groups, okay, are very, very important for you. There is a very good ecosystem that you have to live in to support yourself in this endeavor. So I would say that at the end of the day, like for example, I remember when I did my PhD at my university, they said that we are not only producing PhD graduates, but we also producing leaders in the field. So I hope that some of you, masters and PhD students, I think you should work hard now, lay your foundation, so that after that, I think you can, after you complete your study, can become leaders in your field of studies. Maybe like, especially for those who are doing PhD, most of you maybe will become lecturers and then later on professors, okay? Or maybe you will lead some research labs, okay? Or you can write books, so on and so forth. So I again go back to so many scholars that you can learn from our university. So it is, this is just to summarize what you have saw in the last slide. I'm talking about the Maqasid Syariah, pillars of learning, as well as the other components of the Sejahtera Academic Framework. Okay, maybe I will end with this slide. So there are these 4 guiding principles, and I hope that staff and students will really subscribe to this. The first one is we talk about empowerment. Okay, so empowerment, I think, let me just directly translate to the PG students. Empowerment, this is where we give you the power, or we delegate the power to you. To really decide on what you want to do. Okay, how are you going to do it? What you are passionate about it. Okay, so we always, maybe you can go to your supervisor, to your department, kuliah, and then start thinking about, okay, I am interested to explore this, or I have this problem that I would like to solve, or I'm very passionate about this. Then I will say that based on that, then I think we can work together, okay, on how to really formulate the projects, so that I think it can become a master's or a PhD projects. Okay, and then of course then we talk about flexibility. So we believe that each of us is unique. We are not the same. Some people like durian, some people like banana. Okay, so we are not the same. Therefore, that's why we say that we want to allow for flexibility in curriculum, in pedagogy, assessment system, that sort of thing. So flexibility are given. I mean, some people want to want to move faster. Some people want to move slower, or some people have a different objectives. So we want to allow all this flexibility, as long as at the end of the day, we, like I mentioned, maintain the standards, the quality, and achieve our program outcomes. And then, of course, innovation. I touched a few times already on innovation. I mean, and it is very, very important for postgraduate education. Innovation, when we're talking about originality, talking about finding new ways, new solutions. So we are willing to listen, and I'm very sure. I mean, if your findings are relevant to the problems in specific organization, I think we can also bring you to present your solution there to the government, or even to company, to the community. I think we can also do that. Finally, what is important is accountability. We're talking about the integrity, responsibility, meaning to say that even though we allow for flexibility, we allow for innovation, okay, at the end of the day, I think everybody is accountable. And of course, being in International Islamic University, for the Muslims, I guess the utmost responsibility or accountability is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I think we are doing this to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are doing this, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and of course, we hope that this is part of our amal saleh and ibadah. So that's why I think accountability is very, very important. So that's why I always feel sad when of course students submitting either thesis, dissertation, or papers, and then run the turn it in, and then the turn it in say 15%. Then they start argue with us. Oh, it's only 15% turn it in, therefore you should accept. I think that is not the point. The point is we want to make sure that all the work that you submit is yours. It's not the turn it in. The turn it in is just a screening. I mean, you should say to us that the whole thing, the whole thesis, the whole dissertation, the whole paper that is submitted, okay, is your work, is original. Don't argue with us, oh, please accept, it's only 20%, turn it in. Turn it in is not important. As long as you feel satisfied, you feel sure that all the work is yours. See, I think that is the most important thing in this talking about accountability. So brothers and sisters, I think I do not want to, I think maybe I should stop here, and if there is some question and answer, we can have some discussion, inshallah. So with that, I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ease your journey as the postgraduate students at IIUM, Masters or PhD. I hope that everything will be smooth according to plan, and hopefully one day, inshallah, you will become the leaders of our ummah. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Where is brother MC?
Brother Mithun.
Where is brother MC?
Assalamualaikum, brother Alamgir.
Yeah.
Are you sleeping already?
No, not yet. My sound was.
Do I make you sleep?
No, not yet. Okay, doctor. Can you see me, doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give me a second. No, I just coming from the toilet actually. Okay, Doctor, thank you very much for this outstanding session. Though this, I mean, you didn't get much of that time. But Alhamdulillah, it was a very great session. I believe our participants, they got so many insights from these sessions. And yeah, so now I just want to open the Q&A session. The Q&A session, what I promised earlier, because this session will be also very engaging. So what you can do, just unmute yourself and directly talk with our Honorable Deputy Rector. And he's also our closing, he's going to deliver the closing remarks after this. So please, this is the last time. I mean, we are immediately, I mean, we're about to finish our long 4 days Taruk week. Though tomorrow we have our physical event. So before that, so please unmute yourself. And if you have anything to ask, anything to know, unmute yourself and talk with our Honorable Deputy Rector Ahmed Faris Ismail. Okay, I have few questions already I got. Okay, Doctor, one of our participants, Brother Mithun, he asked, how does Sajatra framework contributes to the academic excellence of IAUM?
So should I reply?
How does Sajatra framework contribute to the academic excellence of IAUM?
Okay, so short answer to that is, as I've been saying, I mean, at IUM since day one in 1983 when IUM was established, we are doing what we call holistic education. Okay, so the Sejahtera academic framework is, I would say that a compilation put in a book in a written form what we have been doing. So that's why I say that the Sejahtera academic framework is old and new. So what we have been doing about looking at the holistic education system, like for example, I give you an example. I think examples are better. Like at our university, I would say that if for undergraduate education, I would say that almost 100% of students stay inside in the mahalla.
True.
Okay, for postgraduate student also, we invite you to stay in the mahalla, but some of you would like to stay outside. Okay, why? Because I mean, if you look at the Sejahtera academic framework, we want to provide not only education in the classroom, but also education outside the classroom. So education outside the classroom include your living in mahalla, your what you call it, active in the society, like Brother Alam here. So like when you attending programs with others, and if you see the design of our campus, the mosque is in the middle. The mosque is in the middle. Sure. And then it is surrounded by the academic activities, and then of course the mahalla is outside our ring road. So this is what we say, that we want everybody, I mean, let's say mosque should be a central place where we interact, communicate. Okay, we want to provide this environment. So the Sejahtera academic framework actually is to document this, the humanizing education part, where we say that we are not only teaching in class, but also we are also, I mean, the students also are exposed to experiential learning outside the classroom. And now we also have many flagships and projects for the communities. And particularly for PG students, this is my experience. I think you really need to work closely with your supervisor. Your supervisor should be your mentor, your murabbi, you know. So this is specified in the Sejahtera academic framework. Murabbi, I think we need the murabbi. And then we need how we work, how we exchange our ideas, how we are going to come up with ideas, and how are we going to come up with solutions. So this this is written in the Sejahtera Academic Framework. So the Sejahtera Framework provides this whole ecosystem, I mean, where students can come in and work very, very hard. So, and for that matter, I think as a university, we would like for our students to excel, to be successful. Therefore, if you have any idea on how to make students more successful and more excellent, I think we are willing to accommodate. Okay, let me give you, when I was the Dean of Engineering about 20 years ago, at that time, the students came to me, say, hey, Brother Dean, I mean, can you open the, at the time, of course, there was no smartphone, you know. So they say, can you make sure that the computer lab is open 24 hours a day? Because when I was studying in US, the computer lab is open 24 hours a day. You can go anytime. So I told them, I'm willing to do that, but you have to guarantee me that at all time, the computer lab is full. See, I can open, but if I come at 3 in the morning, the computer lab must be full. You are working, okay, at 5 in the morning. Okay, so after that, they did not come back to me. See, so I told them, I'm more than willing to open the computer lab. There are like 60 computers there at that time, but you have to make sure that all the time it is, I do not want, I open the computer only 1%, on sometimes 0%, you know. So that is a thing that I think we can do, work together. If there are things that I'm very sure CPS, the Center for Postgraduate Studies also at our university are willing to assist you, to facilitate you in your journey, inshallah. I think that is my short answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. So I would like to request our participants, if you have any questions, if you want to ask anything regarding, related to this topic, or even not in the topic, because we, alhamdulillah, fortunately, we find someone who is also the deputy rector. So you have this opportunity to grab that opportunity, and you can just interact with our deputy rector, because it's really difficult. It's really difficult. So you guys are fortunate. So before moving to the closing remarks, so I have few more questions. Doctor, I can ask you. Okay, Sister Ishita, she asked me, how can Sejahtera academic framework be applied in interdisciplinary fields?
Like I mentioned, of course, Sejahtera Academic Framework would like to promote that. Because the Sejahtera Academic Framework provide the platform, and one of the things that we would like to encourage is interdisciplinary. Okay, why? Because when we study the history of Muslim civilization, you see the Muslim scholars, they are not what you call it, narrow or focused mind, you know. You see that they are not only scientists. I mean, you look at one particular scholar, they are not only scientists, but they are also maybe astronomers. At the same time, they are also read the Quran. I mean, they know about the Quranic teachings. So that's why we need to encourage interdisciplinary. So that's why, for that matter, I would maybe give some successful examples at our university. We have, I'm not sure, some of you may be from INHAT, Institute of Halal Research and Training, INHAT. INHAT is a good example of interdisciplinary center, okay, where we're talking about halal from fiqh point of view, but of course, then halal from science point of view, also halal from economics point of view, and now they go to halal tourism. And as a matter of fact, I think our hospital in Kuantan also get Sharia, become the first Sharia compliance hospital. That is one example. Of course, you can see another example. Our Islamic finance, Islamic banking and finance. Maybe I mean, I should mention that when our university was set up in 1983, like I mentioned, Almarhum Professor Kamal Hassan wrote the concept paper. They started with two faculties, two kuliahs. One is in law and another one is in economics and management. Okay, so why? After that, I mean, I got to know is because they really would like to solve the problems of the society. Okay, because at that time people are talking about how to bring back Islamic law. Okay, at that time people are talking about how we can get away from riba system, you know, interest system. We said it is haram, right? So okay, our university provide these two kuliah, and true enough, the kuliah of law provide the legal infrastructure for the Islamic finance when they go with what is the Islamic contract law, blah blah blah, and the Islamic finance people talking about the framework for Islamic finance and Islamic economics. And with that, and alhamdulillah, I think the Islamic Bank was formed, and then fast forward until today, not only banks in Muslim countries, but also like Citibank, Hong Leong Bank, you know, they are also going into the Islamic banking and finance. So alhamdulillah, I think, meaning that this is, and as you can see, this Islamic finance is also an interdisciplinary field where you have the Sharia people, you have the economists, you have the law people, you know, so it is very interdisciplinary. So really, I think the framework really promote this interdisciplinary projects and of course program, inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. I think we are running out of time. We have like photography session. After that, we have closing remarks from our honorable deputy rector. Then we're gonna finish, inshallah. So before going to the closing report, before jumping into the closing remarks, let's have a photography session. Please, I would like to open all the participants for opening your camera, and we just have a photography session. Immediately after, we'll just go for the closing remarks. Please open your camera. Okay. Please open all your cameras, inshallah, before jumping to the closing remarks. Okay, mashallah. I started to see all the beautiful faces. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would like to request our honorable advisor. Please, can you take this photography on behalf of us?
Okay. Later, maybe another 5 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. So please open your camera. Open your camera. Inshallah. So this is going to be a very good start, and we are just going to end the session, the 4 days long session.
Brother Alamgir, later can you count 3, 2, 1? I want to snap.
Okay. Okay, I think we can start. We can start. Let's 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 4 actually. We have 4 pages, 4 to 5 pages. Just stay over there at least 30 to 40 seconds so that we can take all your pictures. And be smiley, please. Smile always. Smile always.
Okay, one more.
Okay, one more. Please smile always. And if possible, just do some freestyle.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again for opening your camera, and alhamdulillah, after the day-long session, still you are so vibrant. I don't know why. It's because of the professor actually. You know, he made that session so vibrant. That's why you guys are so vibrant. So let's jump into our closing remarks. I would like to request our Honorable Deputy Director Ahmed Faris Ismail for having the closing remarks. After that, we will just immediately finish. Okay, please, Dr. Ahmed Faris Ismail.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Alamgir. I guess let me just take 2 or 3 minutes. First of all, again, I would like to welcome all of you to the university, new journey, postgraduate education. Also, I would like to thank the CPS for organizing this Ta'aruf program, as well as the PGSS for organizing this. So I guess I just want to mention 1 or 2 points at the end here. Number one is, like I mentioned, postgraduate journey is different from undergraduate journey. So that is number one. Okay. Therefore, I think I hope that all of you will quickly adjust to this new challenge. All right. And especially if you are going to do research, I would really encourage you to start on research as soon as possible. Do not delay it. As soon as possible, if you can discuss with your prospective supervisor, your department, your advisor, and also you can also learn from senior students. So quickly, so that you can get into the system, as well as doing your research. And then, of course, the next important point is for you really to use this opportunity to develop yourself, to maybe build the networking. Okay, the networking here, because normally, based on my experience, your network or your friends do not end at the university. I think you will continue after the university. Similarly, I think your relationship with your supervisors, your other students, your other colleagues, your other friends, I think will continue. So this is a good opportunity to build the network for your future, to develop your career, and of course, the most important thing I would say that you need to really focus and follow your plan. I think that is also very important. Follow your plan. I mean, of course, sometimes you need to readjust, but at least you must have a plan and you must stick to it. Because I can give you many stories and many examples of situations where students get delayed just because keep changing of topics, keep changing of the scope, keep changing of the methodology, you know. So that's why you need to have a proper plan for your research. And finally, from university point of view, we are here to facilitate your journey. We are here to help you. We are here to work together so that we can co-create the knowledge and discover the knowledge. And hopefully with this, then we can fulfill our amanah and becoming problem solving or problem solver for our ummah and for our country, inshallah. So thank you very much, everybody. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hope to see some of you on campus.
Okay. Thank you very much once again, our Honorable Deputy Director, Prof. Ahmed Faris bin Ismail, Deputy Director, for sharing your insightful session and for the closing remarks also. We really appreciate your time. Because still you are encountering few problems as the electricity was gone, but after facing so many problems, still you come. You showed your commitment. We really appreciate it, inshallah, and we are really happy to have you with us. And I am really happy to have you. as this position, because our new students, they also got to know the dedication, how much dedication our deputy director, our professor, our staffs, they put for the students. So you guys made a very best decision on your life. That's you have chosen IIUM, International Islamic University, as your postgraduate destination, and hopefully this will shape you up for the future, and you will never, I mean, regret about this decision. And IUM is just an emotion. This emotion you will carry it is throughout your life. So dear esteemed colleagues, dear esteemed participants, as we come to the end of today's program, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speaker, esteemed participants. We hope that the insightful sessions have enriched your knowledge and equipped you with valuable insights that will aid your academic and personal growth. As we prepare to embark on a new day, we invite our new students to join our tomorrow for an exciting and refreshing outing. So for your information, we already sent out all the confirmation email. Those who already registered for, I mean, tomorrow's Friday's outing event, they already got the successful or confirmation email. So those who already got the confirmation email, please be on time. The outing will commence at 8 a.m. from IIUM Gumba campus in front of the rector building. Those who are new, so please ask your fellow friends, or just you are already in our group. I believe if you encounter any problem, just let us know. We are always be for you, and inshallah tomorrow we'll see you. On behalf of CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies, PGSS, Postgraduate Student Societies, and the committee members, we would also like to humble ask for your forgiveness for any shortcomings or inconveniences that may have occurred during this Taruf weeks. It was a long program, I think 4 days long program. As we strive for excellence, we understand that there is always room for improvement, and we remain committed to enhancing our programs and services for your behalf. As we conduct this program, we remind ourselves of the words of the great Chinese philosopher Confucius, who said, education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, hope breeds peace. So let us continue on the journey of education, confidence, hope, and peace, united in our pursuit of excellence. Once again, thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for an unforgettable outing. Have a great time evening ahead. And from MCs, from me, MD Alamgir Hussain, the president of PGSS, and brother Faiz Nakib, vice president of PGSS, we are also asking the forgiveness for our shortcomings. So hope to see you tomorrow, inshallah. Signing off for the timing, and see you in our coming events. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.